僕に会いに。
はい。
Okay, we are back. Let me go ahead and do a few quick things, such as figure out how to turn this thing back on. This thing, I think, has an automated timer that turns off after a while. Kind of fitting if you ask me. Go ahead and put this in. And it's back. Okay. What am I doing again? I'm gonna grab one last thing, right? Too early in the morning for this, man. Okay, man, my head. Okay, do I want to tweet about this? Might as well. I could try it later, not right now. Okay, back.
そう。
今朝はごめんなさい。ちょっと考え事してたせいでそっけなかったですよね。
Man, it is the morning, isn't it? I'm still trying to wake up. What time is it? 5:32 in the morning. Why?
そんなこと。まあ少しな。
A quick recap on Aramura's arc. Okay, so the arc is starting to diverge from the common route, and a few unique features of this route. One, obviously Aramura is way bigger of an influence, and that factors into a few things. One, we trust her a lot more due to the events of the Pyro Esper. We have gotten closer, so dire circumstances has made us ally ourselves in a way where we both feel like we trust each other. And that's good for Aramura, and it's good for the main character, because the main character is a person who has issues with understanding himself. And Aramura, as a person who can read truth from a lie, will be able to help the main character. So keep in mind that she has to be a person in his life for that to happen, not Serica. Even though Serica can read minds and tell if you are lying, it's not the same thing, because Serica exists with a bias for the main character, right? And so she will do whatever she can to make the main character's wish come true, and the main character at the end of the common route can't actually go against Serica, because Serica knows him better than he does himself. So on this extension, on this route, the things that I think the viewer and the author are going to try to show, well, the viewer's not going to show it, but the author is going to try to show is his development of a person to slowly push away from who he was in the past. And you see small things like that start to happen. Like when Serica asks, so how do you feel about this case now, right? And the main character responds, well, I don't think this all makes sense. But in all honesty, I would be kind of glad that if it all resolves around this particular character, the pyromaniac, because I now know what it's like to have my life in danger, and I don't want any more people to be killed. So if it resolves like this, it would feel like it would be for the best of things, you know? So he's not so concerned about continuing to make his ego inflated. aka, I need to solve more cases because if I do, I'll look bigger, right? It's two things. One, he understands the danger of continuing now, so that's one influence. And two, he understands that if he continues, or rather, if this case were to continue, right, which in the common route it does, then more people's lives will be on the line. And he says, these two factors make me realize that I actually truly want this case to end here. And seemingly, Serica read that and was like, oh, okay, I see. And it's not just, oh, okay, I see that you want that. It's, oh, okay, I see that you want that truly from the inside of your heart, right? And so she, in the last few, I don't know, scenes, she's been taking down stickers across Tokyo, Shibuya, and specifically Shibuya, right? And that's funky because obviously that's not something she would have done in the common route. But given the context of what we understand, she now has done it. Oh, Commander Lovely, I have not seen you in ages. How you doing? Okay. Where are we now? So that's one of the major differences for this route. Is there anything else to mention? I don't know. Honestly, I woke up just a little while ago. My head's still a little bit fuzzy. I've been thinking about a lot of things, and a lot of them is about writing and ideology. And for the things that I want in my own story, it's going to take a long time to figure out how to do it correctly. But to do so, I would need to look up more martial arts films. No, I'm serious. I need to look up more martial arts films. And I would need to watch a few more other genres to figure out a few things. You finally got suspended on Twitter? You're on a new account? Oh, you just mentioned me from it. Let me take a look. You finally got banned on Twitter. Has that been hitting you hard, or are you okay? I'm not sure. Hennessy Puppy. This is gay, just play the game. What the fuck? This is the game. Oh, man, my neck. Alright, there we go. I need to make sure to, get a balance of, exercise. Seriously, when you get older, you start to really notice your body more. I've had, back problems growing up. That's not a good thing. And I'm concerned about that. Anyway, let's move forward.
そうですよね。でもちょっと理由があって。
You couldn't care less? Well, I mean, for me, I kind of understand what you mean by that. Like, having a new identity, or starting anew, is a nice, refreshing feeling. Especially given how interactions and communication works. So, if you ever felt pressured to answer a certain way because of a relationship you had, that's normal, right? Because there's expectations that go into talking to other people. And having, a new start is kind of nice. It's nice not having 14,000 followers. Yeah, exactly. You know exactly what I mean, right, Commander? And then there's like, I don't know. That's why I always enjoyed like taking a break from the communities I'm ingrained in, right? Because sometimes there's just like certain aspects of it that I can't deal with at the time.
理由？
言いましたよね。怪我したって。
Also, I don't know how you handle Twitter, man. Like, at a certain point when I was growing the stream and Twitter was exponentially important, I was so focused on followers and getting new people into the stream that I lost sight of a few things. And now that I look back on it and I understand social media and influences like freaking the internet on you, I realize that I need a break from all that exhaustion that the internet does for me. Not that I don't use it for work, obviously, but there's so much external factors that come into play that I just get tired all the time, man. Especially given our current climate on Twitter. Yeah, I think so. The thing is, I really enjoy conversations that delve into topics that I'm interested in, but I realize increasingly now that doing that with Twitter is really hard, because you're speaking to an open public forum and any random person can just pop in and say some shit. And I'm like, this isn't how it would normally go in real life. Like, you wouldn't have a random stranger walk up to your dinner table and go like, hey, I heard what you said. I'm like, what? That's increasingly rude. What are you doing here?
階段でつまずいたんだっけ？大丈夫なんだよな？
はい。怪我自体はそんなに大したことはないんですけど、ただ、誰かに押されたような気がしてて。
押されたって、突き落とされたってことか？誰に？
いや、あくまでも気がしたって感じで、だからはっきりそうとは言えないんですけど。
Out of curiosity, Commander, how did we first meet? If I recall correctly, it was because I think you were mentioning a friend. And I think that friend is actually mutual. And I tweeted to you about how I was concerned about the friend you were mentioning. Was the friend mutual? I know for sure we have a mutual friend, which would be Emily. Yeah, that's all I remember, honestly. But I've always had a good impression of you because you showed concern for someone going through that. Yeah.
でも、ちょっと気になってて、それで朝は上の空になってたんです。だから、ごめんなさい。
They're one of your closest friends. Well, that makes a lot of sense. I haven't spoken to Emily in quite a while, but I believe I recall correctly. Emily joined our Twitch channel around the time of Danganronpa 1, and she and I would talk about a few things. I wouldn't say that we're that close, but I felt a connection with Emily given the things that she was going through in life.
それで突き落とされた後は特に襲われたりとかしてないのか？
They don't use Twitter much? Well, I mean, understandably.
はい。転んで階段から落ちて、見上げたら誰もいなくて。
You know, there's something that I'm still trying to figure out a little bit. And maybe you have the best answer for this. So I'm taking a little bit of a pause from the game. And don't worry, if it's your first time watching Chaos Child, we do this a lot, where we have like tons of conversations. So you're not doing anything wrong. Well, actually, I'm inviting this, so whatever. Anyway, what was it? So one of my friends that I know is trying to deal with... I can't explain this in a proper way, so I'll have to just tell you what's happening. One of my friends, who's an older individual, is trying to get used to nonsensical talking. And I guess under this category would be considered shit posting. And I think from what I understand of the person, the reason why they're doing this more is to give them some breathing room to express themselves. Because the outside perception of this person is extremely... condensed isn't the correct word I'm looking for. This person is an extremely intelligent individual who upholds social norms a lot, but by being intelligent and upholding social norms too much, the person is having trouble expressing themselves in ways that's beneficial for their own health. So, for example, when I shit talk with someone or I throw some random shit in the chat, generally I will do it in a way that doesn't try to like hurt anyone. But by having that kind of expression available in the chat, it's like saying it's okay to have fun here, right? That's essentially what I'm saying. And it allows me to like break away from the mold of who I am presented as. And that's essentially what I think he's doing. So, for example, when I look at Commander Lovely and I see him talk on Twitter, our previous relationship is informed. So when I see him, I think, wow, I respect this person because he cares about his friend a lot. And I respect that hugely, right? And I see Commander Lovely make really interesting posts here and there, which are not necessarily socially correct all the time. But I realize that doing so allows for more of self-expression. So how do I put it? So because of what I have to do in my life, right, and how I've lived my life growing up to this point, I've had to be a mediator for a lot of conflicts all the time. Tons of arguments, I would be in the middle, always, right? It fucking sucks, by the way. And that's the reason why I have to live by certain rules, which is I have to live by social norms and controlling them. I live also on the internet almost all the fucking time, right? I stream almost every day. And so that gets exhausting if my life's past is about being a mediator. And like handling in the chat gets exhausting, right? So to have like some room to just mess around for once is so nice. And I recognize that in my friend, and I recognize that in Commander Lovely, and I recognize that in some aspect of myself trying to also express myself. But anyway, why did I bring this up? I brought this up because I wanted to know more about how to do that, as well as my friend and how he's handling that. To me, right now, it's good that my friend is doing that, but I think he's missing part of the picture, which is he doesn't realize that his subtext needs to be more clear. So what I mean by that is when you do an action and when you say something, make your intentions more clear so it doesn't come off as extremely negative. And if he does that, when he does shitposting or something like that, then it's okay, right? But it's not just for that, it's for other things that he does. And if he does that, then he'll find himself closer with other people. The easiest way to do that, just surround yourself with people like that. Yeah, I guess I agree, right? There has to be like some type of understanding amongst the group of people that it's okay to mess around. And some ways you do that is, I don't know. You tell me more. I'm interested in how you view it, because you're telling me right now that you feel a sense of relief with a new start on Twitter, and I want to understand more.
それじゃあ私はこれで。
Shit posting culture. It's a so the action of shit posting, right? Can you define it for me? Because I've talked about this to the chat before, and I was curious about if it can be used in a way that is positive? And I already have an answer for that, which my answer is yes, it can be used in a way as positive. But it has to be used with the correct, like, understanding of the tone and atmosphere, I think. Because let's say if I just shitpost in a random area and people are like, fuck you, right? That's not really what I'm trying to do here.
もう帰るのか?
So like you said, amongst friends that understand that kind of culture.
はい。とにかく朝のこと、一言謝りたかっただけですから。
Do you think Dr. Zero and Shad's shitposting is okay? Different context. So first, Shad was a person in our chat who took things to an extreme without the understanding of the atmosphere. And so there's a very big difference, as an example, in the fighting game culture between shit-talking and straight up demoralizing and demeaning someone. There's that strange nuance that's hard to understand. And it's not available in every single FGC. Certain cultures and how they handle that aspect is very different. But in the North American, the USA, the United States, right? That FGC has a strange nuance with shit-talking, and it's connected to how people, at least in male culture, one-up each other within, like, North America. I know this sounds really strange, but I've mentioned it before. So where are we going with this? You're asking me if Shadonius's shitposting is the same, and I'm saying it's not even shitposting. It's straight up insulting someone and saying it's a joke. There's a difference. And it's hard to understand where that line is, but you have to engage within it enough and understand communication enough to get like, that's where the line was crossed. So, for example, Love Heart. If I just said that, I don't know, so this is hypothetically, I'm not actually saying this to you. You're a fucktard with no hair and your lack of gaming ability is indicative of how stupid you are. Okay, so you took what would be considered okay in the FGC, which is 1, questioning someone's gaming ability, right? You can say like, you're not really that good, man. Your Dante is trash, right? And it has to be done in a context with an intention that people understand is messing around. But then you did a personal attack on someone, which is where it crosses the line. See, there's a distinction that has to be understood, and that distinction was completely crossed and ruined, and that's what Shadonius does. Dr. Zero is different because he doesn't cross that line as far, and it took a long time for me to understand Dr. Zero, and I think slowly he is getting me, and slowly I am getting him. But most of his actions and most of what he's been saying is essentially saying, I don't give a fuck about you. And then I realized this is a guy who doesn't seem to understand the importance of displaying intentions. And then once that clicked in his head, and once I realized some aspect of him, I realized, he does care. He just doesn't know how to show it. And that was the difference. But anyway, I'm ignoring Commander Lovely, and I feel really bad about that, so let me read. I'd say shitposting is like blank. I missed that. I'd say shitposting is kind of like speaking unfiltered in today's society of trying to force PC culture. I wish it wasn't labeled shitposting, but it is. Technically, you could say it's just being non-PC. Because that's what truly it is. Just going online, talking shit to your friends, or people that also talk shit, it becomes shitposting to people that aren't accepting of that sort of thing. To everyone else, it's normal. To those of us that are doing the shitposting, some people are just really bad at communication and come across as obnoxious trolls, though. Yeah, exactly. So, like, again, that's within the context, right? And within the understanding of intentions. Because your intention when you shitpost is just to talk shit with your friends. And by doing so, you allow a more relaxed atmosphere. It's like how I handle certain conversation topics, right? So I would never walk up to a random stranger and start cussing because I know that they don't know me and that my intentions might not come across clearly when I cuss. So I wait for the person to cuss first because that's saying that if you cuss in this conversation, it's okay for me to cuss as well. Because if you cuss and then you reprimand me for cussing, that's hypocritical, right? But the action of cussing opens up the conversation more. So then I'm allowed to say certain things. And then that's what small talk does, right? Small talk gets tiring if that's all you do. But small talk is a way of like feeling how this person is and understanding them. And then knowing where you're allowed to go. So like Commander and I don't know Commander all that well, but I still respect him as a person, right? I know based on information about Commander Lovely that I'm allowed to cuss with him. I'm also allowed to talk about certain topics in an unfiltered way, right? So you can talk about certain things in an unfiltered way if you have the understanding that the other person will understand your intentions, right? So let me think about how to explain that. You're noticing that I'm taking huge pauses to explain things to you, right? Part of the reason why is because I have to talk to you with a filter. I have to explain things to you in a way that you can understand, but also the closest way to make you understand without like offending or like tripping certain like wires and stuff like that, right? It's because of what I have to do. And the reason why I care about that so much is because my intentions, I want to be good, and I don't want to give the wrong intentions off to someone. Like, if I want to be good and I'm talking to a random person, and I use certain things, such as cussing, right? That will essentially muddle my intention, then that's going against my wish, which is I want to be good and help this person. And so I have to do certain things to figure out how to get around the person's freaking obstacles so that the message gets across, right? Like, I can never, ever, ever cuss to my parents. Any type of cuss word to them is considered automatically bad. I can say something like freaking what's something that they wouldn't believe in? How about this food is fucking amazing, Mom. But the moment I say fucking, it's like saying their food is shit. And like, no, fucking is actually amazing. Amazing. It's an adverb? No, incorrect. Adjective. What the hell is this there? Amazing. Adjective. No, it's not. It's a... I'm so tired right now, man. I can't even think. It modifies adjective. Adverb. Anyway, that's the point, right? And some people have those obstacles that I have to get around to get the message across. And it sucks. But that's what you have to deal with certain people. And if a person I know I'm talking to has less barriers around them, then I can say, it's fucking amazing. Or I can say, I think Pokemon trash is littering my room. And maybe they're willing to accept that because they're not that... Maybe they don't really care about Pokemon. Or maybe they really do care about Pokemon, but they are willing to accept me saying Pokemon trash. I haven't played Pokemon in apparently 17 years. What is Pokemon trash, anyway? I guess, like, I don't know. Pamphlets of Pokemon characters or something.
そっか。
先輩がいいって言うなら、もう少しいてもいいかな、なんて。
So it's also something different as well. How do I explain this? So how a word evolves or devolves, whatever you want to call it, is through the use of that word repeatedly. So the F word has evolved multiple ways. It used to mean to strike someone. Fokken, F-O-K-K-E-N, I believe, meant to strike someone. And then as it got used over time, fuck gained a sexual connotation. And then as it got used multiple times, fuck has now become like the most expansive word I've ever known in my life, where I can use it multiple ways, which is pretty impressive. But anyway, words through the repeated use gain new connotations or lose their original definition. So like decimate, which originally meant specifically exactly 1/10 of your army is destroyed as punishment, if I remember correctly, and I think the Romans did it. Now you can say decimate as in just to mean destroy, and you don't mean 1/10 of a person's army. You can mean completely destroyed a person's army, right? So if I decimated your chess pieces, I killed them all, right? That's not 1/10. No, the word gained new connotations. So, so what Commander Lovely is saying is that word, which can have racist connotations, is used in such a way, repeatedly, that it loses or can be used in a non-racist way. And if you ever notice that in I don't feel like I'm disinformed about the topic, so I'm being very careful about how I say it. You can defang a word by using it multiple times, which is why certain people, when you say the word fuck, right, it doesn't mean anything to them, because it's been used so many times that that word has lost its initial strong meaning. It's like if I said, yeah, seriously, that's it. That's really just it right there. And that's how words grow over time. And understanding the intention of the person saying it helps you determine what they're trying to say, right? So, it's the same thing as a joke, right? When are racist jokes okay? If the intention behind the racist joke is to make fun of racism, then that is fine, right? If the intention behind the racist joke is to be malicious and make someone feel bad, then it's not fine. And that's where you go, right? It's tough, but there's a lot of things that go into this conversation. Yeah, it's fake racism is essentially what Commander is saying. And understanding that is what makes it a joke.
Huh?
It's like
ダメですか?
It's like when I say the very first thing I'm gonna do in a zombie apocalypse is push Tommy into a bunch of zombies. Tommy is a black person. Tommy is also one of my closest friends. Period. He is one of my closest friends in my life, right? I wouldn't actually do that. If the zombie apocalypse actually happened, I would try to keep him alive because he's my closest friend. But when I say I'm pushing him into a bunch of zombies, you're calling up connotations of, for some reason, in horror movies, why is it that minorities die so quickly, right? And I actually kind of have an answer for that, but I want to read more about that. And I'm making fun of that trope, that concept.
別にダメなことないけど。
本当ですか? よかった。
Okay, let's move on. But that was a really good conversation. And it takes a lot of work to be able to break down something like that and understand it. It's fun and it's interesting and it helps a lot of people out. It also helps relieve tension. And I think if that's your goal, to make a relationship more expansive, to give more room for self-expression, then that's good, you know? The weirdest thing, though, that I've never understood is that some people can make jokes like that and not allow other people to make jokes like that. And that was like crossing the line for me. Have you ever met someone like that before, Commander? Where they can make shitposting jokes, but for some reason when you did, you were like, what's the word? Reprimanded for it? that's happened to me, and I'm like, why?
そうだ、怪我。怪我大したことないって言ってたけど、本当か？
はい、大丈夫ですよ。ほら、この通り。
It sucks, right? So the thing is, I'm not entirely sure, but I think Commander and I are from different backgrounds. I mean, that fucking makes sense, right? You live, I think, on the East Coast, and I live on the West Coast. So we come from different backgrounds and different like interpretations of words. But my goal is for expansion of intentions and identity, and I think his is the same thing. It's really hard for me to explain that, but I understand where he's coming from, and I respect him for it. You're from Brooklyn, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, by the way, if you're watching this for the first time, this isn't real. It's a delusion.
本当は前から言おうと思ってたんですけど、私実は男の子なんです。
Sorry. This is so... It could have been real.
でも心は女の子なんです。信じてください。
いやー、まあこんなもの見せられたら信じるしか。
やっぱり思った通りだ。宮代先輩って優しい。
そうか。
はい。宮代先輩。
Is that possible? Yeah, I guess she looks kind of... No, she has a little bit of protrusion there. Why am I even looking at that?
何？
こんな僕でよければ恋人にしてください。
The Luke Cage?
先輩。
むしろ望むところだ。
Man, you know, it's actually really interesting. There's so many words in the English language that have been... I think the correct word is reappropriated. No, seriously, right? I thought trap was an offensive term, but apparently it's being used by the... what's the correct term for this? Okay, it's being used by the community.
まさにドンピシャ。君こそ僕の求めていた理想の恋人だ、有村。
And that's another example of like repeated use of a word to change its connotation.
本当ですか？
本当だ。
いない。嬉しい。
What? Why? Did they think what you were saying was real? Is that the reason why? Yeah, it's fine, right? It's because yeah, sorry, we don't have Nightbot here. It's because language is complex, and so is communication.
有村。
はい。
当たってる。
当ててるんです。
Dear God, Commander, please. It's interesting though. You're actually coming into a visual novel that's all about what you're talking about. It's about God, how do I explain this to someone who just came into this visual novel stream? This visual novel is about de-establishing safety zones in real life to allow for aspects of horror to pop in. So that's why knowledge, and specifically the internet and how knowledge is formed, is shown in this visual novel to be false, right? Or how the police can't do anything in this visual novel ever. That's so frustrating. Or like how the main characters or important characters have the power to turn delusions into reality, right? So you have all those aspects being informed in the visual novel. And then what else is coming into the picture here? Keep going, let's see. How much time has elapsed since the stream start? I started at 5:40 something, so 20-ish minutes. 5:40, I don't know, 5:49 maybe.
もう先輩ったらあんまり見ちゃダメですよ。
But it's strangely an oddly relevant story for our current times. Like how Persona 5, for some freaking reason, was really relevant for Japan when they made that. And everything in Persona 5, something, alluding to actual political events happening in Japan. And then it came over to America, and I was like, oh, wow, that's convenient. That was kind of funky. What the fuck?
そんなこと言ったって。
I don't know. Is that just a thing now? That these topics that are arising in one place also apply to another? Yeah, a lot of people, from what I understand, hate P3 and P4 for different reasons. How do I explain this one? So from certain diehard SMT fans, they think that P3 and P4, certain, right, not all, that P3 and P4 started a trend, and we're not talking about social links, we're talking about grinding, that caused issues. Like, I'm not entirely sure if this is true, but do all SMT games outside the Persona series have really broken stuff? And if the answer is yes, I completely understand why they would be kind of annoyed by P3 and P4, because I like broken shit. I like using, I don't know, a move that's glitched that pierces through armor and kills the enemy in one hit if I set it up correctly. And it wasn't completely intended by the developers whatsoever. I find that funny, right? I find that great. I love doing that shit. But P3 and P4 reduced that option. P5 kind of brought it back with how you can get freaking personas way before you should be able to. And that's fun to me, and it's funny, right? Anyway, P5 also does something that P3 and P4 kind of failed to do, which was it failed to continue a conversation that was really important to the characters. So, for example, Kanji, as far as I'm aware, in Persona 4, never once ever really talks about the problem he had to go through, right? I'm trying to keep it super vague here in case for some reason you haven't played P4 yet. And once you're done with Kanji, it's only ever brought up as a joke. And for some people, that's really relevant, right? I want to know more about this. Nah, never again, right? That's a problem with P4. And I noticed that too, and it really bothers me. In fact, you can even argue that this is bad writing. And I'm not sure I'll go that far, but I'm almost willing to say it. P5, at the very least, wants to continue that conversation. So it's not just something you solve in one day, right? It's something that you have to deal with in life. Yeah, and then P4 Mari. Mari? Mary? There's two ways of pronouncing it, right? For some reason, I don't know why. Why do I think it's two ways of pronouncing it? It's because of that one Japanese person who does the cleaning thing. Mari Kondo, I think is her name. You don't say Mary Kondo. So is it Mary or Mari? I don't freaking know. Anyway, Mari was a character I freaking related to. And then, yeah, we don't talk about that again. And that was the problem with P4 for me. And the problem for P3. That's writing-wise, not gameplay-wise, see? Mori. What? She walked in on me doing something. What did she see me do? When I came back to my senses, I was looking straight at Aramura's healthy thighs.
Bullshit!
Okay. I see.
そうなの花、今のは違うの。だから違うんだってば。
Okay, so the delusion went into real life and it caused her to think something wrong about me. The series was a collection? You're talking about Persona or you're talking about Chaos Child? So Chaos Child, luckily, can be read without understanding its prequel, Chaos Head. And in some degrees, I kind of recommend that you play Chaos Child without understanding Chaos Head. And I know that sounds kind of funky, right? But the reason why I say that is because if you weren't informed by Chaos Head, then the horror elements in Chaos Child kind of come out more. Elements, not necessarily genre. This isn't a horror story, but it has elements of it. But because of what I understood about Chaos Head, ultimately I always knew when I was reading this, there would never be a monster. And that is not that scary if you realize that. Child is a direct sequel, exactly. It's 6 years after the events of Chaos Head. And based on what I've seen from people who've read Chaos Child, they honestly think Chaos Child is a stronger piece of writing than Steins Gate. And that surprises me because Steins Gate is like... what's the verb for putting something on a pedestal? Okay, it's put on a pedestal in the visual novel community. Not for wrong reasons, right? I think Steins Gate is fine. And I even love Steins Gate Zero far more than the original story. But for this to be higher, that's a lot of hope put into the story. And the strange thing is, I can kind of see it, because we've been having so many freaking conversations while reading this visual novel that are connected to what we're reading. So, wow, you know? You didn't like Steins Gate? That's fine. We read things for different reasons. For Steins Gate, for me, I read it for an experience. I didn't read it to break down the writing. For this, I'm reading it to break down the writing. Pedantic? Pretentious? So you can put something on a pedestal, and it can be legitimately put there, right? So it wouldn't be pretentious. It legitimately belongs there. Pedantic. Jeez, I forgot what that word means, which is kind of sad. I used to use it too. Yeah, but Commander, I don't know, man. Join our Twitch channel. I'd love to see you around more.
本当に行くんですか？
嫌なら無理に付き合ってくれとは言わないけど。
Oh, you're thinking the same thing that I'm thinking. Yeah, I want to go through Umineko again. Now that I'm older, I'm really curious how well it was written. I mean, not necessarily 50. Like, I think how you do it is you just freaking buy it on Steam and then replace a file with a different file, and then you're done. There was PS3 releases or something, and they took the art assets from that and used them on the PC version. Okay, so there are, as far as I'm aware, 3 versions of the art. The original, when it was originally released, this art was drawn by the writer of FinestKO, and that's the original art. The second one was the alchemic art. The alchemist art, I think, is what is the brand. The alchemist art is the one I want. That's originally what happened when it came to the PS2. The Steam version of the art that you see right now, if you buy it, that had to be done because the alchemist art was not legally allowed to be sold again. And so they did different art for the Steam. So you either want 1, 2, or 3. And they all have their own benefits. One has its own strange benefits. Oh man, what do you call those hands? They're like PS1 pixel hands, you know what I mean? Like block hands, there we go. Would you stream FinestKO when you go through it? Yeah, of course. You're also allowed to even spoil when I read FinestKO, because I've read it up to a certain point already. I mean, I wouldn't recommend doing it, because if you're here to watch me stream something, I'm assuming you're here to watch me break down something.
だって、ここ女の人の部屋ですよ。宮代先輩、そんなところに一人で行くつもりですか？
確かに女子が一緒の方が話は聞いてくれるだろうけどさ。
You know, it's actually kind of weird. Hey, Commander, can I ask you a question, since you understand Twitter far better than I do? From what I understand, if you make long chains of tweets, so the original tweet is followed by multiple other tweets, and it's only you talking to yourself, that's considered really bad, right? And people will not find that interesting. But the thing is, that's what I want from other people, so I can understand their thoughts better.
私が言ってるのはそういうことじゃなくて。
じゃあ、どういうことだ？
だから、いいです。なんでもないです。
Depends on if it's a thread of information. Okay, go on.
あ、おい、部屋の場所知らないんじゃないのか？
You're not spamming nonsense. Oh, okay. So thank God. That means when I make threads of things that I want to talk about specifically that isn't nonsense, it's okay. Okay, so I know we're just talking about a lot of stuff right now. But I think what's happening is we're going to investigate about the pyromaniac and see what's the deal. We're talking to Mio, who is a detective.
僕です。宮代拓。
And if you know Makise Kurisu? Kurisu. Makise Chris. Yeah, there we go. Mio has worked with her in the past. Sort of. Knows her.
入れ。散らかっているが、気にするな。
This is our first time in a room? In this route, I think, yeah.
例の焼死体のことだな。
Okay, so I'm a little concerned about this. If we keep trying to find more information, then the murders are going to continue. Like, exactly in that order. If we find out more information, then someone's going to be informed and go like, okay, I guess we're going to kill more people then.
どうしてそれを？
ギガロマニアックスのお二人がわざわざこんな手狭なところにいらっしゃってくださったんだ。他に考えられる心当たりはない。
Well, it should be kind of obvious. I'm on the Aramura route now.
相変わらず嫌味な人。
ご想像の通り、昨夜の焼死体について何か情報はないかと思って来たんです。
どこまで知っている？
その一通り情報として出ていることは。
Okay, so only information that they let leak. And it could be false information too. You always have to think about that with this visual novel.
ならば、それが全てだ。それ以上のことは一切分かっていない。
Yeah, I'm not really comfortable being on camera, but if I have to be, I will. But usually by choice, I don't do that.
それは慣行令が敷かれているってことですか?
There's this kind of thing that's been propagated in the Twitch community, which is under the belief that if you have a webcam, you'll get more viewers. And it's partially true because viewers can connect to the person that they're seeing on the screen. But there's also this thing that I intensely reject, which is... How do I describe this? You know what reaction videos are like, right? I hate that shit so much.
いや、警察の方でもまだつかめていないようだ。
And it has something to do with making a spectacle out of a person. And as a person who's grown up using comedy to reach boundaries, I've gotten really tired of making a spectacle of myself at the cost of myself.
どうやら先月の太陽嵐の影響でまたシステムが不安定になっているのだそうだ。被害者が渋谷以外の人間の場合、紹介も一苦労らしい。
The systems are still unstable because of the solar storm last month. When the victim's not from Shupia, it's hard to get an ID. Okay, so I'm thinking right now because there's certain information we didn't get in the common route, and I'm thinking, what is that? Okay, so the first thing I need to know is this person really who we think she is? And two, why was she chosen? Just because she has powers? Is that it? She has this connection to a character we don't even know exists or not anymore. And there's this gigantic question mark that has not been shown this entire time. I played 50 hours of this game already, and this is still not unveiled.
システムにばかり頼りすぎると、こういうことになるという見本のようなものだな。
Do I plan to play Danganronpa 3 in the future? Okay, so I just mentioned, this is not your fault, and I'm not offended, okay? That I've gotten kind of tired of being a spectacle. And I understand with visual novels, if it's just reading, it gets kind of boring to the viewers, right? But I'm not opposed to playing Danganronpa 2 and 3 as a spectacle to make it more fun for viewers and myself, right? I'm not just doing it for you. It's just that it takes a lot of work, and the pressure that it puts on me is really exhausting. Because so much of me relaxing is being honest with the viewers and talking like this. But by making a spectacle of the visual novel, there's one gigantic problem that happens. And it's that I appreciate the work as a piece of writing way less because I can't analyze it, because I'm trying to entertain people, right? And I'm willing to sacrifice that to have people have a good time with me, right? But then the second thing comes up, which is the amount of pressure it takes to prepare that stream. So the answer is yes. The question is when, and I don't know when. It's on me. It's on me to figure it out when I am comfortable doing that again.
それで、久野里さんはこの事件どう見ます？
それはニュージェネの再来と関係があるかどうか聞いているのか？
Yeah, I know. I appreciate it, man. I know you guys really want to see that too, and in truth, I want to see it from me too. The weirdest thing is, in the last few years, I've really changed as a person, and it's partly due to the events that happened in my life. But one of the major things I realized was I could no longer make jokes and laugh at them anymore. And that really hurts as a person who's grown up using comedy to like connect with other people. And obviously the last few years of my life have been really bad. That's why I can't easily make jokes anymore. But something recently has been happening in my life that wants me to reconnect to aspects of myself in the past, which is, for some reason, when I was younger, I was able to have a way better active imagination than I do now. And having an active imagination is powerful as a writer. And by accessing writing again, I fucking write for a living, is really what I do, right? I'm hitting that aspect that I cared about. And I feel like if I just write more, I'll bring that back to myself and I can apply it to the streams. But remember when we did Corpse Party and how I was able to like make up fictional stories that for some reason applied and it worked and it created like a meta narrative? We weren't just at a high school of the dead. We were at Oakland Elementary School where a bunch of people ate really bad fried chicken and then everyone died. And the blood on the walls is just diarrhea. Right? That was the meta-narrative. That was not whatsoever in the story. But that's what happens, right? When you do some bullshit, that's you figuring out something to say on the screen, and then it somehow all works. That's essentially what's happening. And like when we would get phone calls from the ghosts, it wasn't actually phone calls from the ghost. It was phone calls from a very angry student in Oakland Elementary School trying to cheat on a test. Right? So that's like the fake story that's happening within Corpse Party, but we accepted it as a joke. That's essentially what we do. No. I mean, that's not the true story, Commander. But that's the joke story, right? That's essentially what I brought from writing into the streams that made it more fun. Obviously, it's a terrible story, but that's understandable. That's the point.
まあ、そういうことです。
私にはその質問に答える義務はない。
Also, strangely enough, I started eating chicken more after Corpse Party. I used to hate chicken. Did you know that? Is that surprising? Who the hell hates chicken? And then I realized, oh, it's just all you gotta do to prepare it better. Wow. No, seriously, wow. I can't believe I used to hate chicken.
お前はどう思っている?
How can you hate chicken? Simple, man. Just eat it terribly. That's all you gotta do. You ever had super dry chicken before? I've had it all my life.
僕ですか?
お前もこれまでの事件を追ってきたのだろう。それならば、一応の考えはあるはずだ。そいつを聞かせてみろ。
Yeah, so that's why I said fried chicken, because it's a corpse. It's Corpse Party. That's really grim and disgusting if you think about it. But fried chicken's good. I like that.
この事件にはこれまでのものと比べていくつかの相違点があります。
Oh.
まずは場所。
Have I never been to Popeyes or KFC? Okay, so make a distinction here. There was me in the past who hated chicken, and there's me right now, and since then, who's loved chicken. So my parents, I'm not sure if you realize this, but Asian old parents tend to be very racist. So, I've never had freaking fried chicken when I was younger. I wonder why. So, as I grew older, and I finally had more freedom to do what the hell I wanted, I realized, this is the answer. It's fried chicken. Right? And then, it's not just fried chicken. It's all kinds of chicken. Like when I went to freaking Canada and I had this amazing type of chicken, I was like, wow, this tastes amazing. Why did I not have chicken this all entire time? Racist against fried chicken. No, seriously, man, it's so sad. I feel so bad for people who have to grow up in racist families and how much they're denied seeing the world because of that. But that's me. That's really me. I grew up in a racist family. And for whatever reason, maybe just completely due to circumstances, I got lucky. And a lot of things weren't lucky, like my parents breaking up and us losing our house and us being very financially poor. But some things came from that were positive, which is my own freedom for once to do things and learn things that I wanted to do. This is a thing for I don't know. But it's a thing that Asian Americans who are of my generation are trying to feel and deal with. I'm reading more about the differences between... So, I don't even want you to answer this for me, because I'm reading about it myself. But I'm trying to understand the differences between patriotism, nationalism, and racism. And why people get those three things confused. I'm reading about it right now, right? And the reason why I'm reading about it is because I need to figure out why certain people feel so strongly about their culture, and how does that give certain benefits to them. Because I grew up feeling nothing for my own culture. I don't even have a historical or a cultural connection to me as a Vietnamese person, as a Chinese person, or a Thai person, right? I'm none of those things because I have zero connection to any of them, even though I'm racially one of them. I'm racially Asian. Okay, you get what I was saying, right?
それから年齢の問題。
What's the literature called? I'm not reading a book about it. I'm scouring the internet for it. But there's other things I'm reading book-wise. I'm reading... where's that book that I put? It's over here. The Art of Dramatic Writing. I read that here and there to conceptualize certain thoughts that I have in my head so I can write better. But on the side, I'm reading X, Y, and Z. This concept that I just told you. I'm also reading about, obviously, net neutrality. I've somehow learned nothing new still. And I'm reading about... Jesus, I just forgot what I was reading about. It'll come to me. You're detached from black culture. I wonder why. Is that because of your upbringing? Is that completely a conscious choice? Is it... I don't know, right? I'm asking you because I don't know why. I know why for me, because my parents.
つまりこれまでの事件とは無関係だということか。
そう考えていいんじゃないかと。
I think one of my strengths as a writer is I'm able to make dialogue fairly interesting. I've recognized that in myself. But I'm thinking right now my areas of weakness and how to improve upon them. So that's why I'm reading that book that I just told you about. What was the question that just tuned in? Oh, I asked a specific question for a specific person. So it's not applicable to you. But I asked about... well, it's don't worry about it. Hmm.
そこまで結論が出ているのなら、わざわざ私に聞く必要もないだろう。
じゃあ。
Okay, so I'm gonna focus on the game a little bit, so I can give people what they want, ideally, I think. Which is me breaking down this stuff. But maybe you're here for conversations, in which case, cool. I'm glad that we started that. Okay, so she's asking me my thoughts, and my thoughts are informed by information on the internet, and only the internet. You've been following the case closely, so you must have some opinion. Let me hear it. I hate to tell her just because she asked me, but there was no point in arguing. Okay. There are several differences between this case and others. First, the location. All the other incidents had taken place in Shibuya proper. Hatsudai was part of the Shibuya ward, but most people consider it part of Shinjuku. Okay, so this area is actually outside of Shibuya. That's the first issue that doesn't align with other murders. There's also the age. All the previous victims had been in their teens or early 20s. This time, the victim was middle-aged. He was closer to Dad's generation than ours. Okay, so we killed the wrong person, which is actually relevant. It's actually relevant to what's happening. So you think it's unrelated. I think it might be a safe assumption. The fact that the body has been burnt to death made me think of Riko Haida. Haida? Whatever. But Haida was in police custody right now. She couldn't be responsible. And today was the 22nd. She was in custody for a while. The murder happened. Today's the 22nd. It's one day too early for the brain dead case. The murder that she did happens way too early for the brain dead case. Okay. So that's the problem. And if we break down this and go further, we're going to create more murders. Because we now understand why these murders happen. I feel kind of awkward going further investigating this, knowing that's why things happen.
そもそも今のところ30代以上でのギガロマニアックス発症例はない。ということは、少なくとも被害者はギガロマニアックスではないということだ。
Oh, that's actually really cute. That's like the first time I've seen that. Can you name any mystery novel where the detective, because the detective is finding more information, people are dying? It's not that people are dying and the detective finds the information, it's the reverse. That's kind of messed up. I like that.
偶然か便乗か。いずれにしてもこれまでの事件とは無関係だろうな。
とりあえず関係ないってのは一安心だな。
嘘。
え？
先輩、本当はもう少し事件が続いてくれてもよかったのにって思ってるじゃないですか。
Okay, and that's the danger, right? He has to say no. Because if he can say, I don't want this case to go forward, then the murders will stop.
私はまだ安心できません。だって。
I wonder who pushed her down.
ごめん、そんなつもりじゃなかった。
いえ、私の方こそちょっと過敏になってるのかも。
送るよ。
ありがとうございます。
Okay, so if we're doing everything correctly, then the murder today won't happen. And if we're doing everything incorrectly, the murder today will happen. Oh. They just straight up told me nothing happened today? The 23rd? Did we just skip to November 6th? Why? Oh, no, this is the past. That's why. Okay, I'm gonna... What? Wow, this is very different from the main route. Okay, this should be... I'm gonna double check. 2009. This is the year the earthquake happens. It's the day of the earthquake? Oh god, that's not good. Wait, what? Today is the day of the earthquake? That's really messed up. Oh, it was in a week. Could you imagine if every year on the anniversary of the earthquake, she has to remember both the birthday and the earthquake? That's kind of messed up. But it happens today, and she can't give the birthday present, I'm guessing. Okay, so the earthquake happens, and she's not physically harmed, at least. But she's... Well, okay, she's actually kind of hurt, my bad. Yeah, I need to spend a little bit of time playing Geese. But I figure I'd continue reading, because reading is good in the morning for me. Oh shit. Wow, this is gonna be really bad. Some people tried to get... I'm gonna double check a few things. But when she saw her condo building, all the exhaustion vanished. The building hadn't collapsed, but it was tilting and looked like it could fall over any time. So you could want to get away from the building. Okay, so as you know, this event isn't just catastrophic. It also starts people getting certain powers, and this is what I think is going to happen right now. Yeah, it's because this earthquake isn't real. It's an artificial earthquake. And if you played Chaos Head, you would know. And if you've watched the stream for a long time, you should know by now, right? So it's no spoiler, trust me. Wow, she runs in? Okay. What the? He's still alive? Why didn't you bother to save him, you assholes? Okay, well, I know why. Those parents are terrible, but... Oh. That's why. Well, shit. How do we do this? Is there any way to save him?
ひな、よかった。無事だったのか。
お兄ちゃん、何してるの？早くここ出ないと。待ってて、今どかせるから。
無理だ、ひな。それよりお前は逃げろ。
何言ってるの？そんなことできるわけない。私にはひなにはお兄ちゃんしかいないんだもん。血を分けたお兄ちゃんしか私には。
The Guilty Gear DLC? I kind of missed it. The Guilty Gear DLC for what? For Guilty Gear? For DJ Max Respect, okay.
違うんだ。僕たちは兄弟なんかじゃない。お前と僕は本当は純粋な兄弟なんかじゃないんだ。
You don't need to insert this information? Okay, what the why? Okay, tell me, author, why is this relevant? They could have been brother and sister and leave it at that.
ひな、お前は母さんと父さんの子じゃない。別の男との間の子だ。
Okay.
嘘。
ずっと言うべきじゃないって思ってた。隠しておくべきだって。お前が大きでももう。お兄
ちゃ
ん。ごめん、ひな。ずっと隠していて。
Oh god, who's the writer for this route? So there's 4 writers for Chaos Child, and it was only now that this route informed the reader that they're not brother and sister. But you didn't have to do that, right? Do I care about this? Sure, why not? Hang on, give me a second. Chaos Child. Yeah, might as well, because then I can understand which writer is working on which route. Okay, so Aramura, huh? I can only find one. I think I have to go under staff. Staff. Where is staff on this freaking page? Dun. It doesn't say. What's Aramura's first name again? Hinae. It doesn't say. I don't know who wrote this route. Okay. Keep in mind, because there's several different writers for this game, they have to talk to each other. And so if like one does something extremely weird, it kind of has to fall in line with what the other people are writing as well. So if like randomly, if I was writing this alongside the other writers and I said, by the way guys, Aramura is an alien, you're okay with that? Everyone's like, what the fuck, man? Because now that Aramura is an alien, they have to show some type of sign that she's an alien, right? And I was like, what? You're ruining my story by saying she's an alien. You don't have to do that, right? It's essentially the same thing here, except she's not an alien. She's not blood related to her brother. Does that matter to the other writers? Probably not, but it's just something you gotta think about. Yeah, it might be. So then, like, we have to figure out why that's required for this story, right? And we'll figure it out pretty soon. Ah, that's the reason why. It's a lie, right? So this had to happen because how the powers work during the artificial earthquake, you have to make essentially a wish. And if you don't inform the reader why she makes that wish, it doesn't make sense, right? I mean, just set it up. So the setup is the common route is all the information that each individual writer can pull from. And then now you write it in certain ways that make sense to the common route.
ごめん、ひな。でもこれは本当のことなんだ。
I mean, we're 50 plus hours, and we've only touched the first route, unless you consider the common route another route. That's a lot of work, so I understand why there has to be multiple writers for this. You know, now that I think about it, I wonder if Clannad was written all by one writer or multiple writers. That's a lot of work. You know what? I bet you Grisaya was written by multiple writers. I'm gonna bet $5 that Grisaya was written by multiple writers. It has to be, given what I understand people have been saying about that series. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry I'm doing this, but I'm actually really curious now. I've learned something new. Grisaya, Grisaya no Kaijitsu? I think that's the one. Yep, I'm right. Scenario writer Fujisaki Ryuta wrote the main, the Amane, and Makina route. Kazuya wrote Sachi, Kyo wrote Yumiko, and Kuwashima wrote Michiru. So yeah, multiple writers. Oh yeah, it's natural for him because the author informed the reader that he's a very selfless person. Somewhat, I guess.
Ne, 聞いた？
聞いた。あれって D 組の子でしょ？
私1年の時同じクラスだったんだけど。
もうみんな知ってると思うが、新たな事件が起きた。
Okay, so they're continuing?
しかも被害者は碧峰学園の2年生女子。つまりこの学校の生徒だ。
Wait, what? Second year student at Hekiho Academy. It was this girl from our school. Okay, so how does the mainline murders work? There's a total of, I think, 6. This is the one that should be happening. If I remember correctly, how it works, in the common route, the pyromaniac goes crazy, and the person who dies directly after the pyromaniac going crazy is the pyromaniac. So this is different. Okay. Huh. That's really out there. So now I have to think. Did the common route murderer kill this person, or is this someone else now? According to the police announcement, the murder took place sometime after 11 p.m. last night. Okay. Okay. Blood loss, alright. Stabbed multiple times with a sharp blade, and the area around her was said to be a sea of blood. Okay. 11 p.m. last night. Last night was the 23rd, I believe, so it does fall in line with how these murders are supposed to happen. But it's just a bunch of stabs. That's not relevant to the new generation murders. Because I don't think so.
どうってのはこれまで起きたニュージェネの再来と同じかどうかってことか?
Yeah, exactly.
もちろんそれも含めていろいろだよ。
関連があるかどうかって言われたら明らかに違うだろう。
That's how I feel right now, but I'm not sure.
どうしてそう思うの？
どうしても何も、そもそも起きた日が違う。それに明らかに手口も普通だ。猟奇性の面から見ても関連性があるとは思えん。
Oh, it's on the wrong day, so maybe it was the 24th then. Okay.
何言ってるの。刃物でめった刺しなんてそれだけで十分猟奇的じゃない。
I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. Murder is still murder, but we're saying that certain murders were done in a way that were far more bizarre than the others.
いや、そりゃそうだけど、俺が言いたいのはつまりこう方向性みたいな、犯罪の醸し出す色っつうか雰囲気っつうか、要するに不可解なところがないってこと。
Yeah, yeah, right. Exactly. Calc 84 Maniac. I'll call you Calc 84. Is that okay? Yeah, again, we need to talk about the conversation that is the value of a lie and the value of the truth, right?
確かに手を切って食べたとか、お腹の中にスピーカーがとか、そういうのとは違うよね。
だろ？だからやっぱ関係ないんじゃねえの？宮代、お前はどうなんだよ。
僕も伊藤と同じ意見だ。残念ながらこれまでの事件とは無関係だと思う。
Unfortunately, buddy.
ちょっとタクル、残念ながらってどういうこと？
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for calling him out.
いい？あなたは狙われたのよ。下手をしたらあなたが面白がっているその被害者の人たちと同じようになっていたかもしれないのよ。分かってる？
分かってるよ。
そもそも今回の被害者はこの学校の生徒なのよ。同じ学校で過ごしている女の子が亡くなったの。面白がっている場合じゃないでしょ。
だから何度も言わなくったって大丈夫だってそう言ってるだろ。
今私たちがするべきことは全校生徒に注意を促すための記事を書くこと。これは先生方からも頼まれた新聞部としての役目なの。
A job right now is to write an article telling all the students at the school to be careful. That's what it's. Okay, so we're gonna do a safety notice. Okay.
これはそのための会議なんだからそこを忘れないで。
It's a safety notice that's required, right? The teachers told us to do this. Yeah, they asked us to do this. But it should be us doing this anyway.
わかってるってば。
それから
生徒会会長のクルスさん、至急生徒会室まで来てください。繰り返します。生徒会会長のクルスさん。
ほら呼んでるぞ。
それじゃあ行ってくるけど、くれぐれも今言ったこと忘れちゃダメだからね。
のんちゃん、忙しいのにわざわざ来てくれたんだね。
それだけ宮代が信頼されてないってことだな。いや、逆に信頼されてるってことか？どっちだ？
どっちだっていいよ。それより話に戻るぞ。
Okay, I'm really glad that they diverged so much from the common route now. Because of how interesting it gets now that we know all the real information. Wow. Is this the first time I've read something like this? I'm thinking right now, what's making me so confused? It's not confused. What's making me so appreciative? Yeah, sure, we'll go with that. So we spent 50 hours on the main route. And that seems uncommon to me for some reason. Why? It's because they've told us the truth already. We know the answers to this. That's the main route. That's what we're comparing it to. Okay. And now they diverged from the truth. And now we're going somewhere else. So this is essentially if I, the author, gave a bunch of notes to the reader and said, this is what you know, this is what we're gonna do. And then compare it to the truth. And then tell me if I wrote this route correctly. Where if these certain circumstances happened, can you see that it would be logical? Is that what I would do as an author? Here's a notebook. Here's everything that happens. Here's a new route. It logically happens. Okay, so it has to logically happen. Otherwise, there's that connection cut. Okay. I've never been given like a cheat list before like this before. It feels kind of weird. And then I'm going down this path, huh? So why did they have to do this? One, it's more interesting. I agree with that at least. They give me a cheat list. It's because they want to expand the other characters, isn't it? So obviously they're expanding on Aramura, but because I know what happens in the common route, they're essentially also expanding on Serika and Ito. And they're also expanding upon the main character. That's why these routes exist. Because without these routes, then the characters won't change. And if the characters won't change, then we'll never hit the true ending. That's the reason. Okay, thank you. Now I get it. The character on the right, you mean the girl with the blue hair? Yeah, it's kind of funky. I've kept mentioning her multiple times. So it's, one, she has a completely different outfit than others. Not completely, right? But she's wearing more white than the other characters. And she has this tie that's strangely not a regular tie, so it seems detached from how you would normally wear a tie, right? I would tie it around my neck or something. But that seems just to be an accessory. And then on the inside of her clothing, it looks like a biker outfit, or like a skin-tight outfit. But then I can't tell, because it blends in to her normal outside outfit, where you see the buttons and the lines that accentuate her bosom, I guess is one way of putting it. So I looked at that and I was like, that's so confusing. But it looks cool to me, right? So if you were to take off the white outside outfit, then is she wearing like the Tron outfit or something? And then, no, seriously, if you were to remove the white part of her outfit, it would look like a Tron outfit with a tie. And the more I thought about it, the more confused I got. Like, how do you wear that naturally? But I'm actually kind of cool with that. This would be something that a cosplayer would have to think about if you want to cosplay that character. But also, like, design-wise, why did it why did they go okay with that? Like, if you look on the middle and the left character, they have an emblem for their school. Why does she not have an emblem for her school? So why did that get okayed, right? Well, when the character designer was drawing this character, they had to have said, where's the emblem? And they said, nah, it's okay. So why is that okay?
今回の被害者はうちの2年ってことだが、有村や尾上はこの被害者のこのことは知らなかったのか?
Is she not a student from the school or something? Is that gonna be like her true story? Maybe. If that's really what they're doing, then when I go onto her route, I'll clap. Because it was a visual indicator of the truth.
Watashi wa 1年の時何度か言葉を交わした程度なら学校休みがちな子だったみたいだし。
Also, this game does a lot of really small things that I think is really nice. Like, when certain scenes happen that aren't real, if you look around at people's expressions, something will be informed.
私もよくは知らない。クラスの子の話だと学校サボって遊び回ってるって話だったけど。
The kids in the class said that she'd skip school to go mess around a lot. Okay. Okay, so it's logical for her to be at that place because she messes around a lot, is what you're saying.
でも、ちょっと怖いかも。事件のあったところって、私も学校の行き帰りに通る道だし。
そうなのか？
うん。ほら、言ったでしょ？この前の階段で。あの近く。だから、ちょっと気味悪いかも。
Okay, so we're not entirely sure yet, but I think the person that killed that student isn't the normal murderer. And there's a bunch of reasons why you would think that. Let's see. Given that it was near the scene of the murder, sorry, it was just some sicko trying to kill little girls. Okay, possibly.
まあ、やっぱ今回のは今までのとは関係ないってやつだよ。言い方は悪いが、遊び歩いてた女がたまたま変質者にやられたか、あるいは地上のもつれってところか。
いくらなんでもそれはないよ。だって高校生だよ。地上のもつれって言ったら、男子と女子がゴニョゴニョなことでしょ？
小学生かよ。高校生にもなりゃ地上でもつれることだってあるだろ。
Yeah, they can.
そうなの？世の中の高校生はそうなの？もつれちゃうの？
No.
たく。
No, I don't want to talk about this. The things you learn after you leave high school, man.
そりゃ子供じゃないんだし、そういうことだってあるんじゃないか。
I never want to go back into my high school's bathroom. Let me just put it that way.
そうなんだ。じゃあ、花ちゃんももつれちゃったりするの？
しかしまあ同じ学校のやつが殺されたってのは気持ちいいもんじゃねえよな。
Out of curiosity, have you guys ever done like high school reunions? I'm pretty sure some of you have, right? What kind of conversations do you guys have out of curiosity?
?すっかり遅くなっちゃいましたね。
うん。
考えてみれば、もう11月ですもんね。そういえば、復興祭って来週でしたっけ？
Yeah, I actually didn't go to my high school reunion. I just happen to know certain things that I don't want to know anymore. I wish they could fizzle out of my memory after high school. But yeah. I didn't want to go back either. It's just like, oh god, man. One of the best ways to put it is, what is the most proper way to put this? Because I can't think of any other way to put it right now, other than... Okay, well, I'm not going to say it properly. My school was very white. And extremely rich. And I had nothing to do with either. Ugh. Yeah, I'm thinking about it right now. I have no idea how to say that properly. I don't know how to say it properly. How do I say that? My school was ethically not diverse. And it favored the higher class in society. Yeah, I guess that works. Which explains why I felt so disconnected from people. My god, man. It's not that if you have money, you don't have certain experiences. Okay, certain experiences, if you're very fucking rich, you will not have. But it's not, like, exclusive. But how do I put this? There's a certain mentality that happened in that school, and because of that mentality, I was very excluded. So I would have to use things like comedy to break through and fit into different groups. And if I hadn't done so, things would have been way harsher for me in high school. I was lucky. But if you're wondering why I was in that school, even though I didn't fit in, think about it. My family's Asian. Asians typically tend to value education. The best education I could get around was in this rich school. Did that cost a lot? Fuck yeah, it did. Was I informed because of it? I hope so. Otherwise, they wasted their money. But man, there's way more to life that you could learn in high school, but I wasn't taught it.
さっきから話してるのに全然聞いてない。
ごめん。なんだっけ。
だから復興祭一緒に行こうねって話です。
一緒か。
Yeah, I mean, not everyone's high school memories are positive. Mine were... For me, high school was a break away from our real life. And that's why I have more positive memories than I do negative.
もう、約束ですよ。それじゃあ、私はあっちなんで。
送っていこうか。
大丈夫です。ちゃんと人通りの多いところ通っていくから。
でも。
Did you just what?
アディオスグラッシャー。
Were we always this close, Armor? Sorry, I'm going back because I don't know what informed that. Informed is the wrong verb here, but give me a second. Prompted it, probably. Okay, so we're breaking down the murderers now. That the big bad murderer is still out there, which is true. Okay, so after all those thoughts, we're now here. Okay, and I wasn't paying attention because of all those thoughts. Okay. I have a really random question. It's not related whatsoever to Chaos Child. Can you guys name a swordsman that's very famous? Name a swordsman that's very famous. And then I'm going to ask you another question. And then finally a third. And there's a reason why. Fictional or non-fiction? Either. It can be fictional. You can say Guts. You can say freaking Musashi. That works too, yeah? October 26, 2015. Okay. This is so good. I'm so glad that during the routes, we finally get to see someone's thoughts other than the main character. Lancelot, Gundam Musashi. Okay, so now, imagine if that person never used their swords. Yeah. Isn't that weird? That's really weird, right? You just took a famous swordsman, and then you said, don't have them use their sword. And the reason why I'm even bringing this up in the first place, that's essentially what I'm writing. For a particular story. Okay, so if they don't use their sword, then they have to use their fists. Okay. So then, put that into character, that the person's not using their sword, and they carry it around with them everywhere, and they never use it. And they use their fists. That sounds funny. What's the point of having a sword if you never use it? That's the question, isn't it? Have you ever watched Katana Gatsuri? I actually haven't. Is it very relevant to what I'm talking about? You carry a sword around with you everywhere and you never use it. It's just a paperweight. But I have to explain why a character would do that. No, seriously, I have to do that. I don't know how you would logically do that. Why would you have a sword and never use it? Okay, perfect. If Katana Gatsuri is like that, I'm going to watch it. Swords were decorative. Oh, well, I'll make the other distinction, which is the person will never use a weapon, but has to carry a sword. Has to carry a sword. Be Ganondorf. Did Ganondorf have a sword? and never used it? That's kind of funky. Oh, and it fits too, because swords could be decorative, right? And it's... okay. God, that's so funky. Why would you make that decision? Okay, so I'm going to give you a scenario, and this is what's going to happen. Ready? The scenario that everyone fucking writes in light novels now. Isekai, okay? You're transported into another world. You are the hero of light. And because you are the hero of light, you're given a sword. And that sword can only be wielded by the hero of light. No one else can wield it. If they touch the sword, it will fall out of their hands randomly. Okay? But here's the thing. You have a certain amount of time to train before you're off on your journey to be the hero of light. And so, instead of saying, I want to learn how to use a sword, and you have this broken-ass sword in your back, you say, I don't want to use the sword. Normally, you would be like, what kind of fucking moron are you? Right? Because you need to survive. No, seriously, who would think that? You have a sword on your back that could save the world, and you're like, no, I don't want to use it. So, how do you go about that? What would you do? So, let's say that's me, okay? I'm in a new world. I was given the sword of light. And fuck that. I hate swords of light. I'm never going to use this sword. But it's the sword of light. That's the light that you can use to reflect evil. No, I fucking hate swords. And I hate all weapons. So I'm going to learn from someone who knows how to use their fists. That's my story. Okay. All right, then. Which person do you want to train you? Well, we have the best knight in the kingdom who could train you, but he uses swords. Fuck that. Fuck that knight. See you later. I don't want him. I want the best brawler this kingdom knows. Okay. There we go. That person will teach me. Okay, that's it. That's it. That sounds so fun. I'll do it. Okay. So now you have me carrying around a sword on my back that I will never use. All it does is it adds weight to my body. That sucks. Can I take the sword off me, please? Right? So it's on my body forever. And I'm not going to use the sword. Can I use the sword in any other way? I don't want to use weapons because it will kill people, right? That's the reason why. So can I use the sword for something else? Can I use it to cut food? Yeah, I guess I'll use it for that then. I'll use it to... Is it very bright? Can I use it to shine things so I can like walk through caverns or some shit? Yeah, okay, sure. So it's a paperweight. It can cut my food, and it's very bright. So I want to stick it to my forehead when I'm walking through a cavern. Okay, sure. All right. You can still kill people with your fist. Yeah. But when I punch them, I can make sure not to punch them too hard. I do that. Fuck the meta. It's so good. It's so good. I love it. The reason he doesn't want to use the weapon is because he got taken away from his life by touching it, and he's afraid any weapon will do the same thing. Okay, let me see. Blurb I mentioned about Shichika from Katanagatari. Let's see. Is a practitioner of the legendary Kyoto-ryu school of swordsmanship. He does not use a literal sword when fighting. In place of a sword, he uses his hands and legs as a weapon. The Yasuri family has historically been capable of handling actually swords. Wow, that's super relevant to what I'm talking about. Thank you. I mean, technically, a sword's just supposed to be an extension of your body, right? That's like the thought process. So So I don't need the sword, I just need the body. That's a funky way of looking at it. I'm dying. Oh my god. Why would you reject it? Why would you reject the sword that could save your life? I mean, there's logical ways of explaining it. It's just funny. Oh, Fire Sisters Bukake. Thank you so much for subscribing. Again, man. It's been a while. How you doing? Also, you like Nep a lot. I wonder why. I haven't really experienced too much of Neptunia, only like one game, but it was like a really offshoot of it. So the reason why I'm bringing this up, because remember how I talked about I'm reading to understand the differences between patriotism, nationalism, and racism, right? And I'm doing that because this is really strange to say, but you know how certain martial arts stories were incredibly nationalistic? What's an example of that? There's a Bruce Lee film that was shot in China, I believe. I've forgotten its story, but I'm pretty damn sure it's about defending against the invasion of another country. And it was incredibly nationalistic. So, my story is very relevant to that kind of culture. Because the main character doesn't use his fucking sword and punches people. So that person is a martial artist, essentially, if you want to break it down. And it has to break down expectations and tropes. And I have to understand the difference, because that difference has to be conveyed with my character and how the story goes. Because the argument of the story is about breaking through those barriers of nations. It's a war story. A war story where the main character doesn't use the sword and punches people. Oh my god. How do you do that? You're gonna be punching a lot of people. A lot of people. I also have a model for the person I want to be the trainer to. Oh my god, does Scott play using only fists? Is that true? I'll be so shocked. That'd be awesome though. I'm a huge fan of like martial arts. I think it's super cool. Oh, is My Hero Academia 100% confirmed to have a game now? I saw like Twitter posts about it, but I'm not sure if it's real.
おい、大丈夫か？何やってんだよ。危ねえな。
If I were to play that game, I would play either Mount Lady, because I find that really funny, or I would play Toga. I'll play Toga or Mount Lady. Or someone really hype and funny. Whoa, take a step back. What's happening here? This is the most I've ever had to do this repeatedly. Go back, back, over and over and over and over again, because I'm clearly not paying attention. She has to go back home on busy roads so she doesn't die. She feels that Takeru is easy to figure out. And even if he lies, they're not bad lies. And they're easy to figure out. So that's why she's okay with him. There was nothing true in this world at all. That's what she thought that day. Never tell a lie. Her brother had been the one who taught her that. But he still didn't tell her what was really important. It's not the lie. It's what's behind the lie. That's what's really important. He didn't tell her the truth. So where was the truth? That was the question she'd been grappling with for the last 6 years. Where is the truth? But she hates the lie. So she can't see the truth behind the lie, and that's the problem. Okay. A friend she'd made just recently had asked if she wanted to see her brother. Hinaya almost never talked about herself, but she'd been talking about her family. So suddenly she talks about something that she's always held back. And then her friend had asked her why. She didn't know why. But the question had surprised her, and she nodded yes. You would want to meet your brother. He's dead. But she answers yes. She didn't hate her brother for lying to her. And even she did, he was gone. True feelings, he's gone anyway, so it doesn't matter. Because on that day, she left him to die. That's a really interesting way of putting it. You had to go, or you would have died. So instead, she felt guilty towards him. If she could meet him, she wanted to apologize. Okay, so she feels guilty about that event. A huge extension of monologue. Crosswalk sign turns red. Hinai stopped walking. Even at night, Shibuya was crawling with people. With that many people around, she thought, it wouldn't be easy for someone to attack her, correct? As soon as the traffic light turned green, the car started to move. And then, someone pushed her hard, and she staggered out onto the street. She could have got killed. Okay. The headlights were bearing down on her before she had even had time to think. When she finally opened her eyes, the car bumper was just a few centimeters from her face. Okay, so a huge extension of monologue. She's lost in her thoughts. She gets pushed. She's almost killed. Are you okay? What are you doing? That's dangerous. The people waiting for the light started to make a fuss. The sound of dozen cars echoed off the sides of the building. But Hinaya didn't hear any of that. She was only looking at one thing. It was the place she'd been standing a moment ago. Just before she'd almost been hit, she looked up and seen them. Them? Them? That's one person. That's your brother. Okay, so now I know where we are. So, real or fake? Delusion or reality? In all that dialogue, I did not notice a single thing that said, she saw a sticker. In which case, that has the chance of being reality, but why? That makes very little sense. So, if it's reality, your dead brother, who's not actually dead, is alive and is now with you, that's not likely. It's more likely to be fake. And so she's having a delusion and seeing her brother. Her brother is being highly implied here to be the one that pushed her and almost killed her. Okay, fine. Where do we go with that? Where do we go with that? Where do we go with that? That's a unique chance that you don't get in real life. You see someone who's dead, and you have the chance of making up with that person, which is you can apologize to that person in her case. But very clearly, if that person is real, your dead brother, that person doesn't care. So then the question is, where do you go from there? That can be written in multiple ways. We'll see. Okay. I need to go to the restroom. I'm sorry, man. I'll be right back. Okay, where was I? There was an article about how a company called Koshin that was involved with the Restoration Festival had put up security cameras all over town and had been subject to a lawsuit. Okay, Koshin again. Which we don't know that much about, despite how influential they are to the new Shibuya.
さすがに寝るか。ない。しょうがない。我慢するか。くそ。
ありがとうございました。
What? That person has a gigantic accent. One more time, please. Just for the chat.
ありがとうございました。
What? Oh, DJ, thank you for telling me about geese.
ありがとうございました。
なんでこんなとこに。くそ。なんだこれ。
Soft like clay? So murders are still happening, and they're not tied to the mainline murders. Funky.
Huh?
であるから、この場合、天秤は。
That jump was gigantic. What the fuck? Yeah, huge jump. Okay, now we're... What? Where are we? 10/27/2015. Which is not normally how they format it, but okay.
おい、今何時だと？ああ、宮代か。座れ。
He relaxed his tone the moment he noticed that I was Miyashiro. Interesting. Why? Is he normally late? I don't think so. So why did you say... No, it's not that it's normally late. It's just that it's him, and that's why you were okay with it.
な、宮代ってさ。
知ってる知ってる。またでしょ。ちょっとすごくない？いくら空前だからって。
Maybe it was work related, and he was okay with it. I don't know.
静かにしなさい。授業を続けるぞ。
タク、聞いたよ。
な、昨日の話、早く聞かせろよ。
The reason why I'm late is because of the murder that happened yesterday, and he knows that, therefore he let me in with no problem. Three bodies in just over a month. Yeah, no fucking kidding. My god. That must be disturbing, man.
言っとくけど、あれは僕が自分で探したわけじゃないからな。
わかってるわよ。でも、どうしてあなたばっかりそんな現場に。
ほんと、持ってるとしか思えないよな。
伊藤くん、前にも言ったわよね。人が亡くなってるのよ。不謹慎でしょ。
と、こりゃ失言。
Okay, so here's the problem. We're having a bunch of unrelated murders, and we don't know why. Whereas before, at least we knew why.
でも、タクもすっかり有名人だね。
Where's Aramura? That's more important to me right now.
別に僕が何かやったわけじゃないけどな。
そうよ。それにこんなことで有名になったって仕方ないでしょ。
Have the police considered him the suspect? They might have. And they have done so in the past. But just have to remember, the police are incompetent in this visual novel. And there's a very obvious reason as to why. So besides, they have to be incompetent for the story's themes to come out. It's because they... What's the correct way of putting this without unveiling too much? They have a different goal.
それはそうだけど。
Or they can have a different goal.
で、被害者は？
それはまだわからないらしい。
I mean, were you here for the common route? Because if you were here for the common route and you saw the ending, then you know the answer, right? And if the answer is no, then I'll clue you in. But we're in a weird situation right now where I don't know how much to spoil anymore.
かもな。
You hadn't tuned in on the common route. Okay. On the common route, there's a bunch of murders that are being replicated that happened 6 years ago. So someone is making these murders happen again that look very similar to what happened 6 years ago. And we find out that the reason... we find out that the main culprit is someone with mind control. Now we're on a different route, and mind control doesn't seem to be as emphasized here. The police in the common route weren't just incompetent. They worked for someone else because mind control exists. And don't worry if that sounds really bad to you in terms of writing. It was written well, given how they set everything up. So now we're here. And given the information that I have about the common route, I can start checking certain people off who were extremely relevant to the murders. And the reason why is because this route is pushing very heavily away from the new generation murder copycats because they aren't happening in the same way. And the reason why the culprit wanted to have the murders happen in the same way is unveiled in the common route. I'm not sure if you want me to spoil that. But given what I know, I can say right now, most likely, the culprit from the common route is not the same culprit here.
それでどんなだった？
どんなって？
だから死体だよ。ネットで見る限りはめった刺しだったって話だけど。
You know, this is what I'm kind of wondering about now. So the thing we are starting to realize is that the more we access the truth, the more people die. And that's the thing this route is trying to say that the main character does not want, right? He cannot want this, otherwise bad things will happen. So every single route, is that going to be the same thing no matter what? When we find out more of the truth, more people will die. And it's exactly in that order. It's not that these people are going to die anyway, it's that because we are looking into it, people will die.
暗かったせいではっきりしたことは僕もわからない。ただ触った感じからして死んでからそこそこ経ってるような感じではあった。
タク触ったの？
Yeah, you can figure out the solution to everything in the visual novel. At least I was able to for the most part. There was one part near the end of the common route where my own bias held me back from saying something that I didn't want to say. But ultimately it didn't matter, in the sense that I had a consistent understanding of the author and what the author wanted to write.
転んだ時にたまたまな。
It's funky too, because this visual novel introduces the occult and science in a way where you have to resolve things that are done as if they were magic. Not really, right? But I'm saying as if they were magic, because mind control is not a thing that exists in real life, right? And you have to understand the rules of that to solve the mystery, and that's where it gets fun.
マジか。で、どんな感触だった？
ゴムみたいな感じだな。なんかぐにゅっとしてて意外と硬くて。
もう二人ともいい加減にしなさい。そんな話聞きたくないわ。
聞きたくないならどこか行けばいいだろ。
それは。
それとも本当は気になるんじゃないのか？
そんなわけないでしょ。
So here's the thing, F-Zero. I think I think if the main character stood still for several days, it won't matter. These murders are going to happen anyway. In the common route, if the main character stood still and did absolutely nothing for a month, the murders would stop.
有村。
宮代先輩。
So I have to solve for who's the new murderer, why it's happening, and what do I get from that.
どうしたわざわざ。もしかしてお前も事件のことを聞きに来たのか？
事件のこと？
She didn't even know about that?
あれ？ひなちゃん知らないの？タクまた見つけちゃったんだって。殺人現場。
I mean, I can break it down further. Do you want me to? I've done it multiple times. That's why I oversimplified it.
え？
I'm not sure if you were here for the beginning of the stream, but I had to break down why this route matters.
– 有村さん、どうしたの？なんだかいつもと違って元気がないみたいだけど。もしかして私たちがいると言いにくいこと？
いえ、そういうわけじゃ。
じゃあどうしたんだ？
Man, I don't know how you do this. It's a lot of work that the writer is doing right now. And I'm trying to figure out, how do you set things aside so you don't have to trip over yourself multiple times?
実は私。
襲われた？
マジかよ。
襲われたってことは、命を狙われたってこと？
それで大丈夫だったの？
昨日って僕と別れたあの後か？
You know, I kind of wonder. I know it's possible for the main character to have multiple powers, but is that going to show in this route? Is Aramura going to have multiple powers? I didn't see any obvious indication of that, but it could be.
はい。あの後すぐ、スクランブル交差点で。
I mean, according to the rules of this game, she should be allowed to do so.
そんな人気の多いところで？
Why? Why did I think of that? Because she could be having delusions now. That's why I'm thinking about that. Okay.
信号が赤に変わって、待ってたらいきなり背中から突き飛ばされて。
それで怪我は？
もう少しで引かれるところでしたけど、なんとか。怪我もすりむいたくらいで。警察には行ったの？まだ。
Okay, well, she's still not telling the whole truth, so I wonder if she'll tell me the whole truth.
どうして言わないの？
それは。
What did Nono ask? She asked a question. Why didn't you tell them? Who is them? The crossword sign, and suddenly I felt someone push me from behind. Which meant that it wasn't her imagination. Were you hurt? I was almost run over, but I was alright. The only injury I got was a scrape. Did you tell the police? No, not yet. Why didn't you tell them? Hi, police officers. My dead brother pushed me into an intersection. Yeah, okay, that doesn't work. Hmm.
とにかく警察に言うべきよ。なんなら私が一緒に。
It diverges when the pyromaniac is attacking both Aramura and the main character. The two run off, and there's a divergence there.
いえ、
有村さん、
実は。
ああ、落ち着いてくれ。怪しいもんじゃない。ここだったか。
Oh wow, Tupacula. Tupacula. That is a godlike name. Thank you so much.
Bullshit!
What? No, it's a godlike name, I promise. But thank you for the sub, man.
まだ何か。
いや、今用があるのは宮代くんじゃなく君だ。ちょっと来てもらえるか？
So Tupac is still alive. I knew it! Well, are vampires alive? They're undead. So they're technically not alive. But they're okay, whatever.
私ですか？
君まで来る必要はなかったんだがな、宮代くん。
That's what she had wanted. No, I'm not here for Miyashiro. I'm here for you. Can you come with us? Shinjo was looking in the direction of me? Aramura. You didn't need to come too. But that was what Aramura had wanted. Wow. He's actually doing better for once. This is a character who can't fucking figure out social cues. And he understood that. So, you know, good for him.
もしかして君たちは、いや、いい。今は関係のない話だ。
So, Tupacula, is this your first time in FinestKO? I haven't recognized your name before. Otherwise, I would be saying the exact same thing I just did a moment ago, right?
まあいい。同席を認めよう。どうせ遅かれ早かれ第一発見者である君の耳にも入るだろうからな。単刀直入に言おう。有村ひなえさん。君には今からすぐに警察へ来てもらいたい。
警察にですか？
そうだ。
どうして？
落ち着いて聞いてもらいたい。今朝方、渋谷の路地裏で発見された他殺体は当然知ってるな。
はい。宮代先輩が。
Ah, so that's why. Okay. It will take a little bit of a while, but in 3 weeks to a month, we should be having new emotes, so I hope those interest you.
そう。彼が発見した遺体だ。その被害者の身元が特定された。
Like, I typically don't do much for new subscribers, but I do want to change that in the future. So, the reason why is I just want to give back, but I don't know how to.
被害者は有村光一郎。君のお父さんだ。
Your father was still alive? I mean, there was no reason for him to be dead, but that's probably not something. That's probably not something you would say to her. That'll be fucking messed up. Oh, your dad was still alive? Oh, never mind. He's dead now. That's terrible. Wow. I'm sorry. Okay, I look forward to it, man. Ah. Is the author implying that Aramura's dead brother is killing her family members? Yeah. That might be something that he's doing. We'll figure it out.
とにかくそういうことだ。今は混乱しているかもしれんが、一応いろいろと話を聞かなければならない。それからできれば遺体の確認もお願いしたいんだが、頼めるか？
はい。
それじゃあ玄関に車を止めてやる。悪いがついてきてくれ。
有村。
兄ちゃんだわ。
え？
やったのはお兄ちゃんよ。
有村。お兄ちゃん。
Okay, so most likely this brother isn't real. And yet he is, right? This is not the brother that died at the complex that fell in the earthquake. This is a brother that is probably a delusion made into a reality. That is my guess right now. And then the originator of that person is probably Aramura. This is my guess still. I could be completely wrong. We're trying to call her, right? Just want to make sure. Because I feel really, really, really bad for her right now. Also, they keep using this style of telling when the day is, which is completely not what they did before. Let's see. So you are calling her. Well, good. I'm glad the main character is really growing right now.
やったのはお兄ちゃんよ。
Could be a localization oversight, or they're doing it on purpose. Because in the common route, it was always the name of the month. So, for example, October, right? The 31st at a certain date, blah, right? But instead of just doing numbers here, 10/31/2015. And if that's just like an indication of this current route, then it makes sense to me why you would stylize it differently. And if it's not, I don't know, localization error. Excuse me. Trying to figure out what I want to do today. I'm going to need to eventually read Doki Doki Literature Club, so I can use that for the weekend. I can also contact a friend of mine and see if he's still down to hang out. A bunch of things I need to do. Reading and informing a certain topic that I need to know about too. Man, it's nice to be a writer, but it's not nice to not have money. Moe Ishida? Where have I heard that name before? Not just now. I heard it way before. Did this person die in the common route? Might have been possible. There was that headless body that was burned to death. From the photo ID I'd seen, she was a young girl of huge twin tails. Twin tails again, huh? Why had she been killed? And why did it have to do with the return of the new generation madness? There was also that headless body that was burned to death.
Okay. もう一度連絡してみるか。
Yeah, it'll be my first time reading Doki Doki Literature Club, but I won't be streaming it. I got advice from several people to not stream that game. And unfortunately, it won't be the same thing as Chaos Child. So if you enjoyed me streaming Chaos Child for X, Y, or Z reason, the reason why I can't do that of Doki Doki Literature Club is that the expectations of the people going into the chat that are not our community will be different. And it'll be very hard to do the same things that I'm doing now. Don't worry. I pretty much know what's gonna happen in Doki Doki Literature Club, and I wasn't spoiled. It's just my awareness of the medium and what I've read. What I've read, not about Doki Doki Literature Club. It's funky, I know, but don't worry about it.
やだ。来るな。来るな、来るな。来るなよ。
Okay, don't worry. That's not a monster. It's most likely Aramura. Or Gun. The knock is different, is what I'm saying. The knock, normally, from the murderer, goes in a certain type of timing.
そうだ。
Yeah, pretty much. Apparently there's a huge document about the analyzation of the visual novel, so even I don't have to analyze it, but that's not fun for me. Open it, please. Oh, that's what you're saying. Sorry.
Arimura.
Wow, you look terrible. Are you okay? You're not okay. How can I help you?
どうした有村？
私追われてるんです。
追われてるって、まさかまた襲われたのか？
Yeah, so there's a question I've had that I'm trying to figure out the answer to, which is what are the expectations of a community and their overall skill set and how to write a story with those expectations. It's not super relevant at all times, but it's relevant to Doki Doki Literature Club and me as a writer.
でも追われてるって一体誰？
兄です。
本当にそれはお兄さんだったのか？
You know, I always kind of wondered, do visual novels attract a certain audience? When I went to that visual novel Discord, certain people seemed really well read. Seemed, right?
確かに兄でした。間違いありません。
I guess I would argue that the visual novel community probably has better understanding of directing than just a community who reads books without having visuals on it. I think that would be fair. I think. So the reason why I'm thinking about that is because when I ask people certain questions, so for example, I'm going to ask a question that I would ask to my friends, right? What do you think about that movie? So when I ask one of my friends, who's extremely well-read, I have to understand that that person comes from a background of literature, but not so much movies. So when I ask that person, what do you think about that movie? The person can give me an answer about thematic quality, the writing of the story, stuff like that. But if I asked another friend, what do you think about that movie? And this person is extremely ingrained in movie culture, I can understand things about transitions, scenes, certain styles of directing, acting, right? Then I ask another friend, what do you think about that movie? And this person who isn't informed about movies or literature can give me a different perspective on things. So when I ask a person, what do you think about that visual novel? I have to understand their understanding overall of visual novels, right? And their awareness of certain tropes and styles that go into VNs. So it would be very fair to ask someone who's in the visual novel community, what did you think about that visual novel? But visual novels are two things. They're visuals, obviously, and they're novels. Oh, and they're also games, but I hit the novel part because I read, right? But I don't hit the visual part all that often. And so I'm trying to hit the visual part as much as I can. And I do that via movies, or I do that via reading visual novels, and I do that reading freaking art history if I can, which is not that often. But Doki Doki Literature Club is my own personal experiment into understanding something. And once I'm done reading Doki Doki Literature Club, I'm going to go back and then read the community analysis of the visual novel and figure out the expectations I have of the community and how that's unveiled through their analysis of the work. That's essentially what I'm doing. And the reason why this matters is because I've noticed certain communities have different views on things, such as the Heaven's Feel movie, which is very, very, very recent, actually, for its localization in America. And certain things that I noticed were not noticed whatsoever by the general audience of that community. Yeah, some people will say visual novels are not games, but then what do you say about Phoenix Wright and Danganronpa, right? Or what do you say about freaking... What's that one game that has so much sci-fi terms? It's about robots. There's a combo system in that visual novel. It's like the most free-form combo system. And my friend keeps telling me to read that visual novel, especially now that's almost getting localized, right? It's almost done. And that game, which is a visual novel, has a lot more gameplay elements in it, right? So then there's the balance between that as well. I mean, you could say visual novels aren't games, sure. I mean, I come from like a literature background, and I agree to some point, but not always. Depends on the game. Some people say adventure games aren't games, and I'm like, okay, maybe. It gets kind of like really fuzzy with certain, I don't know, Telltale games as an example, right? Yeah. And it's not that... Here's the thing. Even if, as an example, I want to go back to Heaven's Feel again, okay? Even if the community did not recognize certain elements in the movie that I, for example, recognize, doesn't mean that their views are somehow less, right? They will always see something different. So my friend, who is very aware of movies, will see something this way. My friend, who is very aware of literature, will see something this way. My friend, who has no awareness of movies or literature, will see something this way. And all their views will help give me a better picture of what I'm experiencing to better appreciate it, right? The end goal for me is to appreciate something better. That's it.
だから父を殺したのもきっと
Okay, so this is what's being implied. She could be wrong, right? I would like her to be wrong because for her to be wrong would be better for her.
でもお兄さんはその亡くなってるんじゃないのか、あの地震で。
Right, that's correct, Dr. Vector.
でも生きてたんです。生きて私に復讐しようとしてるんです。
I'll probably read Doki Doki Literature Club sometime this weekend or early next week. And then, if you want to talk about it, I can talk with you.
復讐？どうしてお兄さんが有村に復讐するんだよ。
それは兄は私のせいで命を落としたから。
でもそれっておかしいだろ。
どうしてですか？
だってじゃあどうして有村の父さんをお兄さんが殺す必要がある？
それは父が家族を裏切っていたから。
Hang on. He died, right, in the earthquake? That's what she said. But he's alive. He's alive and trying to get revenge. Revenge? Why would he want revenge on you? Because he died because of me. Okay, so there's a distinction. Ara had been out during the earthquake. She said her brother hadn't realized that she was gone, and he entered a condo building to save her, only to die when it collapsed. I could tell Armo blamed herself for that, but that doesn't make sense. Why? Then why would he kill your dad? Explanation? Because Dad betrayed his family. So betrayal, betrayal are the two reasons so far.
仮にお兄さんが生きていたとしてだ。そもそも生きてるなら復讐するっていうのは妙な話じゃないか。
それ
は。だろ？助かってたなら復讐なんてすることはないはずだ。第一、お兄さんは有村のこと大事にしてたんだろう。
Okay.
だったら恨んだりってのも変じゃないか。
That's a good question, but she's holding back on telling you something. So that question has to exist after she tells you the thing she's holding back, because it doesn't help her right now.
でも私は見たんです。あれは確かに兄でした。お兄ちゃん、どうして。
そうだ。有村、僕は君に謝らなきゃいけない。
謝る？何をですか？
Why would she say his instead of our family? It's because she considers herself not part of the family, because she actually isn't blood related to the family.
知らなかったんだ。あれが君の父さんだったなんて。それなのに僕はあんな風に。
ああ。
だから悪かったって。
いいです。別に気にしてませんから。
Okay, so the reason why I'm going so slow over the scene is because I have a theory right now, which I don't know is true or not. And I'll go ahead and explain it to you because I have no idea whether it's true or not, okay? I think she's seeing her dead brother. That dead brother isn't actually her dead brother. It's a manifestation of her mind, just like a certain character that we've seen before. And that manifestation of her mind comes from her feelings about her own family. And so it will act in a way that is based on her own beliefs. So for example, if I'm Aramura, and I believe that my dead brother has come back alive, and he wants revenge, My dead brother will do exactly that. Because I believe he will do exactly that. So then, I need to stop that, right? If that is truly what's happening here, I need to stop that by doing this. That's your dead brother. But would your dead brother, the one that you knew in the past, the one that cared so much about you, really be trying to kill people? And if she says yes, the dead brother will keep doing that. But if she realizes that someone who is super caring about her and super caring essentially about her family, I have to make that argument somehow, would go about and kill people. I have to make her recognize that person who cared about her so much wouldn't go around killing people. And if I can do that, the dead brother will stop killing people, if my theory is correct. So then, the next level is to compare this scenario with what we know about the common route, right? Because this route exists to compare it to the common route. And this route, ideally, will make the main character change. Why? Because that's relevant to the common route. Okay, so what do we do? I need to convince her that your dead brother is a manifestation of your mind. Which sounds crazy, but it's possible in this game. She needs to open up to me and tell me the past, right? Because right now, she actually hasn't told me the past. I've only seen the past through her own eyes, so she's still shutting up about it, right? And this is a person who can't distinguish between a bad lie and a good lie. To her, lies are all bad. And she learned that from her brother. So I have to make that happen first. I have to tell her not all lies are bad. Some lies that exist do so in such a way to protect something. And to say that lie is bad is to cut away the truth. Your brother lied to you to protect you. If you say that lie is bad, you're saying protecting you is bad. You have to say that lie in this instance is good because the intention to protect you is good. I have to make an argument to say that lie is actually the truth. That lie unveils the truth of what he wants to say to you, which is, I want to protect you because he cares. So when you say he lied to you to protect you, he lied, therefore he doesn't care about you, that's not the truth. He lied to you because he cares about you. That is the truth. And I have to make that move to get to her head, to change what's happening in reality. It's a huge, complicated process, sort of, right? But it has to do with like a person's belief and how to frame it in such a way where they can accept it and grow from it. Because without that, she's going to be stuck forever. Even though she has the ability, it's her supernatural power to tell truth from lie, it's what's keeping her trapped. It's not just truth and lie. Even if someone lies to you, doesn't mean it's bad, right? There's something more to it. Why did they lie?
それに、私自身よくわかってないんです。父が死んで悲しいのかどうか。
Okay, so once again, my theory about what's happening could be completely false. But I think it's a legitimate idea to go on with what this route's doing.
有村。
不思議なくらいにわからないんですよ。自分でも。父は私にずっと嘘をついていました。そんな父を私は多分ずっと許せないでいた。
Yeah, and now he's dead. So I can't go there, right? I can't talk to the dad and said, why did you lie for years? And he's lied about something that is socially incorrect. That's super light. The better way to put it is he lied about cheating on his wife. And I cannot fathom an easy explanation for how that lie can even be remotely good. but you would have to hit it from a different angle. Yes, he cheated on his wife, but he did so because X, Y, and Z, right? And I'm not sure how to do that one yet.
だから心のどこかで当然の報いだって思っている私がいるんです。
You could just leave the dad as a bad apple, I guess. I don't know.
もちろんだからってあんなむごい死に方をする必要はなかったって思いますけど。
I mean, people make mistakes, you know? It's part of living. It's just... I don't know. As a person, if I were the main character, I don't know how I would go through this.
Phone? 電話？どうしたんですかこんな時間に。もしかして何かあったんですか？
なんだ、朝から随分とご挨拶だな。
Was it? Why are you calling this early? Did you learn something? I guess the why.
例の事件について新庄刑事から入ってきた警察の見解を教えておいてやろうと思ったんだが、必要ないならいい。
Please tell me.
ちょっといいなんて言ってないじゃないですか。
Yeah, so she called to do something good, which was inform me, even though she didn't need to. Yeah, that reminds me of a certain phone call I made.
その情報とやら教えてください。ぜひ。
まあいいだろう。まずニュージェネ事件になぞらえた一連の事件についてだが、アイダリコと呼ばれる女による単独の犯行では説明がつかない部分が多々あると考えているようだ。
Okay, they seem to think that there are several things that can't be explained if it will just Riko Haida acting on her own. Sure.
つまり他に誰か共犯がいるってことですか？
あるいはアイダリコ自身は放火事件だけで他に関しては一切関わっていないという可能性もある。それからお前たち二人も疑われているぞ。
Sure, why not?
え？まさか僕と有村がですか？
Oh, come on, that doesn't fucking surprise you. It shouldn't surprise you at all. You were at the scene of 3 dead bodies, buddy.
聞いていなかったのか？お前たちと言ったんだ。他に
どうして僕たちが疑われなきゃいけないんですか？
柿田の事件、渡部の事件に続きこれで3つ目だ。いくらなんでも偶然が続きすぎているという。
でもこれまでの件については僕たちは容疑から外れてるはずじゃないんですか？
これまでの事件はな。だがそれ以降の事件となると話はまた別だ。先日の被害者は知っているな。碧峰の2年の
Moe Ishida, yeah, the student.
石田萌ですか？あんまり学校にも来てない生徒だったってのは聞きましたけど。
そうだ。どうもその娘は有村ひなえに憧れていたらしい。
Oh boy. Are you telling me I have to make Aramura in the clear? I have to make her name spotless, I guess is the one way to put it. And I have to use the occult. That's gonna work really well with the police.
有村に
Yeah, so Aramura isn't the killer. Because her brother, which is a figment of her imagination, is the killer. Oh god, that's gonna fly over well. Even if it is the truth. Okay. Yeah, but then the problem again is the same problem that we had before. Agency, right? God, that's so unfair though. I would defend Aramura to the death. She... that's so hard. That's so hard to do. So she was unaware that she made something that would kill other people. It's not her fault. Okay, so now I have to apply it to other characters too. That's not universally applicable, unfortunately.
だからってそんなのは有村には関係ないじゃないですか。
どんな些細なものでも関連がありそうとなると結びつけて考えるのが刑事という人種だ。
Why is it not universally applicable?
原因は有村ひなりの言動にもある。
You know, if I can't defend that argument, I can't save Aramura. That's the problem. I think the author is going to give me an answer, but I don't know what it would be.
有村の
先日の聴取で有村ひなえは言っていたらしい。
Right.
死んだ。
それは僕にも言ってました。
そういうところが情緒不安定と考えられているらしい。それが事件に関与しているせいだとも。
Yeah, logically that makes sense.
そんなあんな事件に何度も出くわせば不安定にもなりますよ。
それでお前の目から見てどうなんだ、有村ひなえは。
Well, the first question I would ask Mio, if I knew exactly everything that I knew from the common route, and I were the main character, which is not possible, but if I could just ask her what the hell I wanted, I would ask her... What would I ask her? Oh my god. Can you tell me a little bit more about your opinion on Gigliomaniacs? So then I'll do that, leading into the question about what happens if their powers are expressed against their will. How does that apply to this case here? Yeah, but I'm talking to someone who hates us.
ちょっと参ってるみたいです。
そうか。まあ注意して見ておいてやれ。
Yeah, this isn't easy. Besides solving this case, I have to solve for why this case is somehow different than... no, that's not exactly it. I have to solve for why defending Aramura here is not the same as defending a certain person in the common route.
どうした？
あなた本当に久野里さんですか？
どういう意味だ？
だって久野里さんが僕たちの心配をしてくれるなんて。
Honestly, yeah, he's right. Why do you care about us? I thought you hated us.
お前、命拾いをしたな。これが電話でなければ、今すぐ叩きのめしているところだ。
Okay, okay.
とにかく、有村ひなえの動向には注意していろ。パニックを起こした人間は、何をやらかすかわからんからな。
Maybe it's because she sees us as victims. Versus before, she saw us as perpetrators. How? Why? This is hard. No, there's a lot going into this route. And if you were there with me with the common route, I think you know exactly what I'm thinking about right now. And why it's so hard to find an answer for that.
Senpai.
So they're saving Aramura within the context of the story. And then they're saving Aramura outside the context of the story. And that's the thing that I'm trying to do right now.
Huh?
It's the same thing as saving someone from dying. So I'm saving their body, right? Versus saving someone's thought process. So it sounds corny, but their soul.
起きたらいないからどこか行ったのかと思っちゃいました。ごめんなさい。私いつの間にか寝ちゃってて。
いや、それはいいよ。ただ、どうするこの後。
I finished the common route, and now I'm on Aramura's route. So this is the first route that's not the common route.
帰ります。おじさんやおばさんも心配してるだろうし。
I hope they're not gonna make me do this for every single route, where I have to solve for every single route, not just as a mystery, but as a moral conundrum.
そう。じゃあ途中まででよければ送ってくよ。
Here, let's open it up. This is a question I can't figure out the answer to. If you know the story of Chaos Child, not the entirety, don't spoil me, right? If you remember the story of the common route, remember how you felt about the main character at the end? Did you blame him? And if the answer is yes, and you follow what I'm thinking is happening here in this route. Remember, what I'm thinking is her dead brother is a manifestation of herself. What she believes that her dead brother will do, her dead brother will do. So that person's gonna kill a bunch of people. Is that her fault?
それにしても日曜は人が多くて嫌になるな。
ですよね。
Morally, my answer is no. It's not her fault. But the problem is my answer was different before.
あ、そういえば知ってるか？この前伊藤のやつが。
I think it has to spring from the source, right? God, I don't... This is not easy. Is this pure bias? Is that the reason why? I don't feel that's the case either, though. Because she's a victim in all of this.
Ito senpai, そんなことしたんですか？
あいつにも困ったもんだよな。あ、
先輩、そろそろこの辺りで大丈夫。お兄ちゃん。
Okay, so we need to figure out if only you can see your brother right now.
Huh?
That's what I thought.
有村。
いや、お兄ちゃん。
落ち着け有村。お兄さんなんていない。
でも今そこに。
She was pointing at a mannequin in a store window. Okay, so mental instability.
とにかく帰ろう。家まで送っていくよ。
Yeah, for her particular instance, no seems to be the easy answer. But the reason why you can say that, I think, is because you haven't seen the end of the common route. In which case, saying no is completely unfair as well. And I don't know how to make that distinction right now. And that's why it's so tough. I like this though. I'm perfectly fine. I'm perfectly fine with having a moral gray area and having to solve for this. Everyone's gonna have a different answer, right? And that's because of your own experiences and thoughts, and that's fine. But if I can't solve this for myself, that's a problem for me.
Cheese!
おう。
皆さんいつも仲良しさんで羨ましいっすね。私も文芸部やめて新聞部入っちゃおっかな。
Okay, so this was a big jump. Did we just walk back to school? Let's just go home. I'll walk you all the way. December 11th? Sorry. No, what? November, dude. November 2nd, 2015. November 2nd, 2015. I walked her home on a certain day. It's now the 2nd. The next day. Okay.
何言ってんの。もううちの部員みたいなもんじゃん。ねえ、タク。
おう、そうだな。
本当っすか？じゃあ新聞部員ってことにしちゃおっかな。あれ、でも掛け持ちってできたんですっけ？
もちろん申請さえ出せば認められるわよ。
なるほどなるほど。
ま、部活入っちまえば宮代と一緒にいる口実だってできるしな。
Okay, hang on. I'll be right back. I'm sorry for all the pauses. I just been sitting in this chair for quite a while. Okay, I'm back.
なんだよそれ。別に僕たちは。
まあまあ、照れない照れない。照れない照れない。
ってお前が言うな。
What the fuck?
あ、そうだ。ねえ、ヒカリオにチョコレートバーができるのって知ってます？チョコレートバーって、当たりが出たらもう一本ってやつ？違う、それはチョコバッツでしょうが。
Do I really need to know this? Choco Barts, a chocolate-covered bat-shaped stick of fried dough that's been loved in Japan for 50 years. Not only is it cheap, there's a removable sticker in the back. If your sticker says hit or home run, you get another one for free. You get another one for free? What the fuck? I want that shit.
チョコレートバーってあれよね。イートインなんかもある。
そうそう、それです。オープンしたらみんなで。
Are you serious? Are you telling me you still see him?
ひなちゃん？いや。
有村。おい、どうした？
Well,
気を失ってるわ。タクル、すぐに保健室へ連れて行きなさい。
it's like we're doing Higurashi again.
ああ。
おい、何があったんだ？
タク、ひなちゃんどうだった？
ちょっと疲れてるんだろうって話。ひとまず保健室で休ませろって。
そっか。
タクル、有村さん、何かあったの？
何かって？
ちょっと様子がおかしかったような気がするんだけど。
ああ、それ私も思った。普段よりも無理してる感大きいっていうか。
マジで？俺全然気づかなかったけど。
You know, Katsuki? Thank you.
なんだよ、和樹。お前も気になるのか？
Yes?
分かったよ。
ねえ。ひなちゃんのお兄さんって本当に生きてるの？
いえ、亡くなっていると聞いてるけど。
でも本人は生きてると思っちまってるんだろ？
僕にもわからない。ただ確かなのは有村の周りで実際に事件が頻発しているということだ。
思うんだけど、まずはそのお兄さんのことについてちゃんと調べてみた方がいいんじゃないかしら。
でも調べるったってどうやって？
お兄さんは地震で亡くなったんでしょ？だったら
His name should be on the memorial? Wow. Nice transition. Right. So if his name isn't on the memorial, then maybe he didn't die. Or maybe someone forgot to write his name. Or maybe he didn't really exist in the first place.
Bullshit!
Fuck! Don't do that twice, game. Don't do that twice. I'll be so fucking pissed off. Oh my god. I would slap someone.
どう？タク。
待ってくれ。確か。
Shingo Arimura. Okay. Looking at the memorial, I was reminded of how many people had died in an earthquake. I don't remember myself. Thousands? Hundreds?
有村。
見つけたか？
ほら、ここ。
Okay, so he did die. At least according to his memorial. Okay, so does me proving to Aramura that her brother is actually dead 100% help her? It might. I mean, it would clarify that the thing that she's seeing is not real. And so she would have to fix that in her head if she can. Emotionally, too.
Ah, もう来てたのか。待たせたな。すまない。
すみません、急に。
いや、例の事件のことなら、こっちもできるだけ情報を知っておいた方がいい。いかに些細なことであろうとね。
You know, honestly, for once, I agree. You failed us so many times, Shinjo. If you can do something good for once, I would be happy for you. And for me. It'll be nice. I can actually count on you. That'd be great.
で、聞きたいのは、有村ひなえの兄についてだったな。
はい。
Chalk it up to schizophrenia? You could. But the thing is, if it is schizophrenia, it can still be real. And that's a scary thing. I mean, if you were in this game, and you believe... Yeah, how about this? If you were in this game, and you are an Esper, if you believed Cthulhu was real, if you believed Cthulhu was real, that would cause a lot of problems for very obvious reasons.
単刀直入に言おう。有村ひなえの兄、有村慎吾は亡くなっている。
I mean, it would take a lot of work to do so, but, I mean, it's possible. You can make Cthulhu real.
それは確かですか。
You can kill humanity if you wanted to.
間違いない。彼女の兄は渋谷地震の際、住んでいたマンションの倒壊に巻き込まれ死亡した。遺体発見の際は遺族の確認も行われたとのことだ。
Sorry, one more time. Confirm this. Make this 100% sure. So you want to ask about the brother, right? I'll make it quick. Her brother is dead. You're sure? We're sure. He died when his family's condo building collapsed during the Shibuya earthquake. The body was identified by a family member. So 100% he's actually dead. Okay.
ひなちゃんはお兄さんの遺体を。
有村ひなえ本人が見たかどうかまでは俺の方でもちょっとな。だが死んでいるのは間違いない。
そうですか。
一応写真も借りてきたが見るか？
Do you want me to take a look at the dead body? Might as well. Sure.
じゃあひなちゃんのお兄さんが生きてるっていうのは。
Could we look at the photo too, just to make sure that the viewers know what the brother looks like?
やっぱり有村の思い込みか。
No? Nothing? Fine.
まあ身の回りであれだけ事件が起きた挙句、父親があんな姿になったとなれば憔悴するのも無理のないことだ。現に彼女の母親もかなり参っているしな。
そうですか。
今は友人である君たちがしっかりと様子を見てやってくれ。
誰かいる？誰だ？いるのは分かってるんだぞ。出てこい。
So manly. It charged at you? Oh, this is the very first time I've seen you wear... I mean, it could just be the light, but blue ribbons? It could just be the black ribbons.
有村。どうして？
私、ここにいちゃいけませんか？他のところは怖くて。
I mean, honestly, I'm okay with it. You are one of the only people in my life that I can say we share something together. AKA, we're both espers. But what do I do for her? I don't know.
怖くてって。でも、下宿先のおじさんやおばさんが心配するんじゃん。
平気です。どうせあの人たちだって私を疎ましく思ってるんですから。
Oh yeah, that's right. Because you can read their intentions, I guess.
だからお願いです。ここにいさせてください。
でも。
ダメですか？
わかったよ。
本当ですか？そうだ先輩、早く中に入ってください。ほら早く。
いや、そんなせかさなくても。
そうだ、ここに来るまでに誰かにつけられたりしませんでした？
それはないと思うけど。
そうですか。でも注意してくださいね。あと何か貼るものないですか？ガムテープとか。
ガムテープ？何に使うんだ？
窓とか隙間とかに貼るんです。お兄ちゃんが入ってこないように。
何言ってるんだよ。そんなところから入って。
ほら、あそこ隙間空いてますよ。それからあっちもね、ちゃんと隙間を埋めておかないと、きっとどこからでも入ってきちゃうから。
You know, normally I would ask her if you tested this out. Like, does your brother somehow get in through gaps? And if she said yes, I'd be very shocked. Because then she's at the point where I don't know how to get her back into reality.
有村。わかった。それはまた明日にでもやろう。今日はもう遅いから。
How do I do this? We need to immediately establish that the thing that's following her is not her brother. Can that thing be real? I mean, technically, just because I don't see it doesn't mean it's not real. It hasn't hit actual reality yet. Because for it to hit actual reality, I have to see it. According to the rules of this visual novel. So it means that if she believes it enough, and she can convince me that it's real, that thing is real. So I can't have that happen. Or I could let it happen. And then we just kill it. But I don't think that's good for her. I don't think killing her dead brother is a good answer to all these problems. Huh, how do you handle this? Okay, so how about we do that? How about, Aramura, I believe you. If you told me aliens exist, aliens exist. Your dead brother exists, your dead brother exists. There he is. I kill your dead brother. How is that good for her? I mean, remove the thing that's stalking her, but that's not going to help her as a person. The dead brother's going to come back. I don't know. How the hell would I... Well... if I were in the game right now, of everything that I knew, I would get Serika to join us. And then, I guess the question is, can Serika see the same things that she sees?
連れの女なら先に来て待っておるぞ。
Hey. I love this character. Okay, so why are we going here? Let's see.
なんですか？
この前とは違う女とはたわけた顔をしてなかなかやるもんよな。
Please, I'm not two-timing.
別にそんなんじゃ。
Oh, Mio, huh? Mio, who is... What is Mio? No, let me do that again. Who is Mio in the context of the story? She is a detective. She has a lot of... She's really grounded in science. So for me to talk to Mio is for me to prove... What the hell is that sound? No, what was that sound? The fuck? Hang on. Okay. Don't worry about it. It was just a piece of paper falling down, but I don't know why it fell down. There's no wind. Okay, anyway, where was I? Mio is a detective, grounded in science. So we're going to her because we need to prove that her dead brother isn't real. And so we need to look at her head and somehow convince her that's the case. That's only one step, though. The next step is to convince her about her own beliefs so it never happens again. So if I were the main character, would I have gone to Mio? I said I would have gone to Serika first. But let's say if Serika can't see what Aramura's seeing, then I would have gone to Mio. Yeah, that makes sense. And the author is making us go to Mio because for some reason in this route, Mio actually cares about us. And I don't know why.
人を呼び出しておいて遅いご登場だな。
Hey, how you doing? I heard, yeah, Geese is 100% out now, so I need to spend some time playing a little bit with that character.
すみません。
What time is it? 9 in the morning, huh? 5 hours?
で、聞きたいことというのは何だ？
その久野里さんは一応脳とか精神について詳しいんですよね。
一応とは失礼だな。これでも脳科学専門でやっている。
Really? Okay, now I know for sure. Brain science.
じゃあその専門家としての意見を聞きたいんですけど。
Has there been any optimal combos with... Okay, it's way too early for optimal combos to exist. How about this? Have there been any good combos that have arisen yet? Sure. Don't show it to me in the chat because I'm going to lose it eventually. If you could tweet it to me, I appreciate it. Thank you. I don't really feel like I'm good at finding combos. I'm usually, at least from what I've been informed with MVCI, I would take a look at information for a certain character as an example, right? And I'll go like, okay, so this is what people are seeing about this character. And then I would test it out and try to broaden that. And then I would see like, okay, this is interpretation of this character. Can I try something else with that? So, for example, this character has really good damage output. This seems to be the way that people are interpreting this character. Let me test this out so I can get damage and a setup, because for some reason these combos give me damage but never a setup. Is that possible? And the answer is yes. Then this character gets damage and setups. What kind of setups? Test it out, things like that is what I would do. But it requires for me to have previous information first, because starting from ground zero is hard for me. But starting from freaking a few steps away from ground zero would be easier for me. Back 3-2 max cancel. Back 3-2. Back kick 2? Why? What does it look like? The biggest factor is probably psychological stress. Well, no shit. Go on, Mio. Let's see.
でもそれだけであんなにも怯えたりするものですか？
今、君が語った状態の有村ひなえと直接話したわけではないから、これはあくまでも可能性の問題でしかないが。
A type?
一種の強迫性障害。
Like this? Also called OCD, we all know that is, the inability to stop from repeatedly thinking certain thoughts or performing certain actions. Oh, so it's not just actions, it's also thoughts. Oh, alright. Sometimes symptoms can be as harmless like an inability to stop thinking about whether you locked the door after you left. Okay, you're right, my bad. So it is about thoughts too. But severe cases can leave sufferers unable to live normal lives. The causes are thought to lie in a person's personality or external stress, but the exact cause is unknown. Interesting.
俗に言う強迫観念が原因とも考えられる。
強迫観念ですか？
Okay. So in this case, she keeps thinking that her brother actually exists.
犯罪心理学は私の専門ではないのだが、殺人事件を起こした人物が自ら殺めた人間の影、つまり霊的な存在に怯えるというのは稀にあることらしい。
And you're saying that could be a product of OCD. Okay. Personally, I would ask how you solve for OCD, but let's just continue. If I said it out loud, if I gave it shape, something might change. And in a bad way. I'm curious.
じゃあ例えば自分では気づいていないのに死んでしまった誰かになり変わって復讐をする、そういうことは。
Okay, so that's going back to the moral question that I've been thinking about and talked about.
Masakaお前、有村ひなえが兄になり変わり父親を殺したと、そう言いたいのか？
This is also the question I needed to ask her when she called me on the phone, because I don't know how much on the side, on our side, Mio is.
あくまでも可能性としてそういうことはあるのかと聞きたいだけです。
ありえないことじゃない。
So it is possible. Okay.
そうですか。
This is the wrong interpretation, at least in my opinion. It's one interpretation, rather, so it still works, but... And maybe that started to escalate until unconsciously she thought she was her brother, and then she killed her father. So this is what he's doing right now. He's saying that the OCD, which could be the case that's happening here with Aramura, makes it so that she's haunted by her brother as a ghost, right? But it isn't actually a ghost. It's Aramura who is killing. So she killed her father. Of course, she'd been attacked too. In that case, she would be lying. But the step that we know, right, is that the ghost of the brother could actually be real. In which case, it would mean that she was also attacked. And she also killed her father. Because the ghost is an extension of her. And that's the problem that we're trying to solve. But the main character hasn't gotten there yet, right? Can I uppercut lolies in this game? Unfortunately, I don't get that much control. But you can uppercut lolies in BlazBlue. You could uppercut that girl who looks like a magical girl. I mean, my interpretation can still be wrong. What if Aramura is actually killing people without knowing it, with her own hands? In which case, is it still her fault? I don't even know what to say anymore. That's so tough. Hey, how you doing? Man, are you always staying at my house right now? It's not even a house, it's a freaking car. Oh, that's right. She was asleep and I walked out.
悪い。ちょっと買い物とかさ、いろいろ必要だと思って。ほら、お腹空いただろ。
急にいなくなると心配するじゃないですか。
大丈夫だよ。いや、なんでもない。
Hey Tommy, how you doing? What if I want her to be in my face? I like Aramura. She's a really sweet person. And she's currently having a lot of problems in her life. So, I would like to help her if I can. But how do we do so?
ちゃんと気をつけましたか?
She's freaking 17, 16, 18, around that age.
気をつけるって何に?
She's a year younger than I am, I know for sure. Well, that's not true. Maybe she entered high school late.
決まってるじゃないですか。この場所が兄にバレないようにです。
だから大丈夫だって。誰も追いかけてきたりなんてしないよ。
でも、兄は私を探してます。だから。
Does Tommy play Tekken? Yeah, he does. He plays, who's the guy who... that guy. Brian Fury, there we go. I don't know why. I just remember his laugh, and then I remember him. I used to play a little bit of Brian, but then I stopped. He can be a very technical character if you want him to be. Oh, this is really random, but I was watching someone test out Infiltration's new arcade stick, and it's apparently a Korean stick that can be put onto Japanese sticks, and there's a few differences. One, it's on a circle gate, and in Korean sticks there is no gate, right? It's like a P360 sort of. So it's a circle gate, which apparently has notches on 4 corners, so you know when you hit a corner, which is very useful, by the way. Because on a Korean stick, I have trouble knowing where the corner is, and if I'm holding down back or not. And that becomes problematic unless you're good at knowing when you're holding down back. Anyway, the important thing is I saw a Korean player practice Tekken using Infiltration stick. And I saw how they did, what do you call it? Electric Wind God Fist. And it's what I do, but I never thought of it this way before. So an electric wind god fist is 2 motions. That's how I think of it. It's my thumb and then squeeze. Thumb squeeze, thumb squeeze, thumb squeeze, over and over and over again. And that's how this person who was doing it was doing it. Thumb squeeze, thumb squeeze, thumb squeeze. But the thing is, how I squeeze is I use 2 fingers and 2 fingers only. My middle finger and my ring finger. And that would be how you would do the electric wind god fist from player 2 side, facing forward, obviously. So I need to test that out and see if the thing he was doing with his hands is super easy now that I understand that concept of making it only 2 motions. Because what I did before was I made it 3 motions, right? Quote unquote 3. So it would be forward, down, down, forward, hit. And then I would have to teach myself, when I hit down, I'm hitting 2. And then what had to happen next was I need to change my down input to a down forward input. So now I'm hitting at a strange angle, which is my new down. So when I hit forward and hit this fake down input, that is me hitting down. And I hit the button on this new angled down input with 2. And I would practice that over and over again, and I would get Electric Wind God Fist. But the thing is, I was so focused on thinking of a certain way that I forgot one thing that I recognized, that I really appreciated in Tekken, which was, it's not doing it harder that makes it better. That's a really funky way. I don't know how to explain that better. It's not that doing it harder makes it better. It's doing it as easily as possible with the right technique that makes it better. So you don't want to hurt your wrist, right? When you're doing something. Because hurting your wrist with so many movements all the time is not going to be beneficial for you. So you want to find ease of access while optimally performing the action you need. And that's why when I'm playing Tekken, I need to be careful with my wrist because I've injured myself before. And that's why that's not a need, but I like looking at how people play when they are playing on Tekken, because then I see their technique. And having small techniques like that becomes really nice, right? Like, oh, that's how you do it. And that's why your wrist doesn't hurt as much as mine, as an example. Or, this is how you do it. You think of it this way, right? And when people see things different ways, it starts to come together, and then it makes sense, right? Because for me, I don't like it when my body does something, but I don't understand why it works that way. So, for example, if I do... if you tell me this is how to backdash, and my body can do it, but I don't understand it, I don't like that. Because the biggest problem is that my body can forget it. My muscle memory can forget it if I don't practice it enough, right? And it's happened multiple times where, like, this is a combo that I do, but I forget something about it, and then suddenly I drop the combo. Like, what was I doing again? Question mark, right? I need to have my head fit with my body so then it works together. And then I'm like, oh, this is why this works. This is why this works. This is why I want to do this with my hands here and stuff like that. Then everything makes sense. Carpal tunnel. How do you get carpal tunnel? I forgot. There's a story behind that. Was it because he played too much Tekken and he got carpal tunnel? Or was it because he went to the army and something happened to his hand? I don't remember.
先輩。
いいか有村。お兄さんは死んだんだよ。警察にも確認した。君のお兄さんは確かに死んでいる。死んだ人間は生き返ったりしないんだ。
でも私は確かに兄に襲われたんです。それは本当なんです。
有村。
先輩は信じてくれないんですか?
What did I say that made her think that I thought she was lying? Sorry. Start from top again? Were you careful? Careful of what? Careful that my brother didn't find this place. I told you it's fine. Nobody is chasing after you. But he's looking for me, so I looked away. I couldn't do it. I couldn't bear to see her like this. I grabbed Uramura by Aramura by her shoulders and looked straight into her eyes. Listen, your brother is dead. I checked with the police, he's dead. And the dead don't come back to life. But he attacked me, it's true. So I haven't given her an explanation for why her brother exists.
私の言うこと嘘だってそう思ってるんですか？
そんなことない。信じるけど。
Yeah, I understand that mentality. Like, how do I explain it? I don't think I need to explain it, right? Placing the appropriate move at the right place is far better than doing that move at the wrong places multiple times. So you're getting more value out of the move in that one place than doing it at other times. And that's essentially what Kudons? Is that how you pronounce his name? Is doing. Like how I can't do standing 720s 5 times in a row. Why would that even matter in the first place, right? But I can do a standing 720 when I really need it. Okay, in only one game, okay? Third strike.
嘘。
有村。
先輩は私の言ってること信じてくれてないんですね。
Okay. And how you answer this, she will figure you out. So if I said yes, and she said, oh, it is yes, then it would work. But I don't think we can do that right now.
違うんだ有村。今の。いや。
先輩まで私に嘘をつくんですね。
有村。
先輩までパパやママやお兄ちゃんみたいに私に嘘をつくんですね。
聞いてくれ有村。
嫌です。聞きたくなんてありません。私
有村。
So, it's a little bit weird because in games with lots of movement, I'm gonna exclude Tekken out of this because I'm not sure if what I'm gonna say applies to Tekken. So in games with lots of movement, which Tekken is one of them, I've noticed this action of doing something but actually doing nothing. And the reason why you would want to do something and actually do nothing is because you want to give the impression that you're going to do something. So in martial arts or in like fights, you would throw a jab as an example, as a tester, right? To give the impression you're trying to do something, but in actuality you're doing nothing. You just want to see the reaction of someone. Anyway, I'm not sure how much that applies to Tekken, because I'm curious about that. In other games, which I'm far more familiar with, like King of Fighters as an example, I will do a hyper hop and then do a normal. And I know that normal's not going to hit. I'm doing it to make my opponent think I'm trying to do something. Yeah, information gaining is the core of it. Doing nothing. No, doing something to do nothing. Doing something to do nothing. It's what I've been doing as a grappler for quite a while, which is I pretend to do something, but I do nothing. And I do that a lot when my opponent's in the corner.
タク。えらく賑やかだな。どうした？
ケンさん。
ところで、例のもの、また持ってきてやったぞ。
ケンさん、悪いけど、今はいらない。
Using your movement and or throwing out preemptive moves. Same for 3D.
なんだよ。せっかく持ってきてやったんだぞ。金は後でもいいから。
今はいいって言ってるだろ。帰ってくれ。
タク。
Yeah, like, you know, you should know about this. Standing light kick with Ryu looks like he's throwing a fireball. You're whiffing a standing light kick, right? To look like you're doing something, but you're actually doing nothing. Well, technically you are doing something, right? But that's not the point we're making here. Okay, so now we're with Aramura. In the past, thank God. This is actually really cool. I like learning a lot about this character. (11/11/2009) Hospital room.
Papa とママは。
Yeah, I can see that you're gaining a lot from Tekken. Not just enjoyment. I mean, like, from the game Tekken, you are learning a lot. And I'm happy that's the case for you. Because there's certain weaknesses in my style of play that I would like to address. And Tekken has a... I can't figure out the correct word for this, so I'll say portrait. Tekken has a portrait which has a frame on it that requires me to do so. And in doing so, I will learn what I want to learn. Does that make sense? I don't think it does. I'm trying to figure out how to explain it better. Tekken forces me to do these things that I find weak in my game style, which will ultimately make me better as a player. There we go. That's what I'm saying. But there are certain things that I really enjoy in certain fighting games that I've never realized I enjoyed before. Such as mauling someone. I never knew I was that kind of person.
Bullshit!
What? Okay, anyway, I enjoy that, which is why I like Clark so much. He has elements of being a grappler, and he mauls people to death. But it's not because I want to... How do I explain this? It's not because I want to completely overstep the neutral game. That's not it. It's because I want people who are better than I am to show that. That's a really strange way of putting it. Oh yeah, that's it. So there's been a lot of fighting games that I played where it doesn't matter how much better you are than the player. Certain mechanics will de-emphasize how good a player is compared to their opponent to still give them a fighting chance. And in games in which I cannot maul someone who is far weaker than I am, it bothers me. Because I would rather them stop my offense with appropriate actions so I can learn where my offense is weak, right? Because it benefits me and it benefits the opponent. And to not have that really bothers me as a fighting game player. So I would have to give you examples of that, but give me a moment. Let me see. What is an example of that in which certain things that I really enjoy I cannot do because of certain mechanics in the game. Wake up options that are not punishable for whatever reason. So, like, King of Fighters 14 at one point had roles that were programmed incorrectly, and so you could not punish the role with certain mechanics. And I was like, wow, are you fucking kidding me? Right? And so my offense would have to be done in such a way where I would have to calculate for multiple things and then see a role that was not punishable. And I'm like, okay, this is great. That bothers me a lot. What else? I don't like stupid comeback mechanics that are forced into games. So X Factor Level 3, even though Marvel vs. Capcom 3, I'd argue, is a skillful game, I don't like X Factor Level 3. But I like anchors, so there's that strange nuance there. See? I'm still trying to understand right now. But I think it was too much there was too much value placed on losing characters that still allowed people to come back without certain elements of, like, decision making that I would have appreciated if X Factor Level 3 wasn't there. Yeah, so stupid comeback mechanics I really dislike, right? Having some is fine. For example, I think in Tekken, having the rage mechanic tied to the super is fine. And I know that Tekken has had to deal with rage mechanics before, but it seems in Tekken 7, it's not so overblown that I feel like I lost because I was losing to a mechanic versus losing to a player. That's a difference. I want to lose to a player. I don't want to lose to a mechanic. Okay, anyway. Where was I going with this? Oh, right. This initially began because I was talking about how certain games can teach you something and you can gain value from that. And so I enjoy playing Tekken casually, right? I don't want to take that game too seriously on a tournament level. Part of the reason why is because I have way less time than I did before. And so I can only choose a certain amount of things I can focus on. I want to focus on writing. I want to focus on streaming. I want to focus on fighting games. I want to focus on movies. I want to focus on reading. See, there's a lot of things that take so much of my time in my life. But I still want to be part of the fighting game community, so I want to play a fighting game. Also, the fact that I'm streaming tournaments now means that I have far less time to play multiple games and stream, because if I play multiple games and stream, it's a little selfish, because the stream will suffer, unfortunately, as a consequence. And so I can only choose at most 2 games, but most likely it's going to be 1 game. So it's going to be, if I'm allowed 2 games, it's going to be Tekken and it's going to be Dragon Ball FighterZ. But if I'm only allowed 1 game, based on what we're seeing right now with the tournaments that I'm streaming, it's going to be Dragon Ball FighterZ. But I don't know, we'll have to see where things go. And I can tell you, when I used to play like multiple fighting games and I had to stream, things suffered big time. Like, my own competition suffered, because I don't know if you've ever been told this before, but Koopa, you have to rush your match because the stream just crashed. And I'm like, fucking, are you kidding me? So the person who's fighting me now knows that if he downs back, he has an advantage.
こんな時に何してるの？ママ。
ひなちゃん、目が覚めたのね。よかった。
お兄ちゃんが死んだんだよ。それなのになんでそんなことできるの？
落ち着いた、ひなちゃん。ママは今大事な電話をしてたのよ。だから。ね
え、どうしてあの時お兄ちゃんを助けに来てくれなかったの？お兄ちゃんまだ生きてた。パパとママが来てさえくれてたら助け出せたかもしれないのに、どうして来てくれなかったのよ。
Okay, I'm not entirely sure if that's true. Hina's making an important call right now. that was a lie. So she actually knows that she's lying. And I'm not sure if this is true, right? Because your brother looked pretty impossible to save, I'll be honest.
もちろん私たちだって助けようとしたわ。あなたが来る前に。
Is this a lie?
無理だったの。
Fucking.
じゃあなんであの時もうダメだって。
あなたまで巻き込みたくなかったのよ。ああでも言わないとあなたが中に入っていくと思ったから。
嘘。
So 3 lies in a row.
ひなちゃん。ひなちゃん、やめなさい。
なんでそんな嘘ばっかり言うの？なんで本当のこと言ってくれないの？そんな嘘なんて私聞きたくない。嘘ばっかりついてないで言ってよ。本当のこと言いなさいよ。どうしてお兄ちゃんを見捨てたの？なんで殺したの？言ってよ。言えよ。言え。
あなたのせいでしょ。全部あんたのせいでしょうが。あんたがまだ中にいると思ってそれで慎吾は。あんたがいないって分かってたらあの子は死ななかった。それをどうして助けなかったって。冗談じゃない。全部あんたのせいじゃないのよ。
Ah, so that's why she blames herself.
私のせい。私のせい。私のせいでお兄ちゃんは。
Oh man. What time is it? 9:43. Have I really been streaming for 5 hours? Something like that, right?
うちのクラスに何か？いや、その、有村は。
Technically, that means every single day I've been streaming 5+ hours, which is almost like a job. And then I do other things too.
今日は来てませんけど。そうですか。どうも。
Well, not every single day. I slept yesterday, thank God. Oh, man. Yep, almost like a job. And then I got a real job, too. Oh, thank God. Oh, man. Now that I'm older, this lack of time is really coming to haunt me. I wish I realized that there were certain interests that I wanted to pursue when I was younger, and I should have pursued them right away. It fucking sucks. There's so many things I have to read, so many things I still need to write, so many things I want to do. Hey, at least I'm still young. Young in my eyes. Fuck! God! I mean, the beneficial thing about this is, one, I'm streaming, which I love to do, and two, I'm reading something that makes me think a lot, and it's important to what I need to write. Okay, so let's break this down again. So why do we need to break this down? We need absolute proof that these murders that are happening are unconnected. 4 murders. Here we go. Leaky noise. Revolving dead. Gotsuwan. Okay, go on. Three victims. A headless body that was burnt to death. I don't even remember this. Okay. Moe Ishida. And finally, Koichiro Aramura. Okay, so what are we doing here? First, these events that happened afterwards are not connected to the actual mainline murders. Prove that. Next thing I want to prove is that these 2 deaths before this one is not the fault of Aramura. Is that what I'm trying to do right now? No. Can I say they're all not the fault of Aramura? Because I would prefer that. How did the first 2 deaths happen? Let's figure that out. How did all these deaths happen? How about that? How did all these deaths happen? And if I can find it linked to a certain person, and it's not even remotely related to Aramura, then we've at least somewhat solved her problems. Okay, sure.
やっぱりだ。
Okay, so if these latter 3 deaths are unrelated to Aramura, that would be good. And if they are, how do I solve that? Okay, first, if they're unrelated to Aramura, we have some type of murderer walking around killing people, and I still don't know who that is. And if they are... Okay, well, we'll just see one thing at a time. But there were no Sigma secrets anywhere to be found near the site of the last 3 murders. Yep, big deal. Okay. Why would someone be killing for Aramura? No. Why would someone be killing people close to Aramura? Let's say the explanation isn't the dead brother. Why would someone be killing people close to Aramura who is not the dead brother? Okay. Headless burnt body. I don't even remember this.
となると、やっぱり。
Do we know if Aramura's mom is alive? I hate to ask that, but if she's still alive, that headless burnt body is not her. Hey, how you doing, Hana?
なんだ、和樹か。
Sorry, I had to look. You know, you can speak. I don't know why you don't speak, but speaking would really help me out right now.
どうかしたのか?
Wow, that was like a 10-second delay. What's wrong? Oh, it's you, Kazuki. What's wrong? And then she said maybe? What's wrong? Maybe isn't the correct answer. So ... Did you say something earlier that I didn't hear and then you said maybe? Or is it a direct response to what the hell we're saying here? The reason why I have to do this is because freaking espers exist. in finding out how people answered certain questions, we found out that they were espers. Yeah, I know, I'm serious. That's how I figured out a certain character probably had powers. Surprisingly, Aramura had taken a liking to the silent Kazuki. Maybe Kazuki was worried about Aramura too. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'm worried about Aramura?
おい、和樹、今。和樹、今、なんて。
私のせいかも。
Okay, so it was the first part, is what she didn't say, or what I didn't hear.
私のせいって何がだ?
Yeah, why is it your fault?
前にひなさんがお兄さんの話をして、その時に私が聞いたからかも。
Oh, so you were the friend?
聞いたって何を?
お兄さんに会いたいって。
Why do you think you asking her if you wanted to see her brother, if she wanted to see her brother, is your fault? Unless there's something you're not telling me. Unless you say that one thing in her head somehow prompted all these events, which I can't blame you for. Unless there's something else you're not telling me.
和樹、ちゃんと説明してくれなきゃわからない。どういうことだ?
だって私も
Everyone's a fucking psychic! God, why? Who else? Who else is... Okay, hang on. What's left on this list of people who are not psychics? Psychic, psychic, psychic. Psychic, psychic, psychic. These are only two people who are not psychics. And there's one person here.
能力者っていうのはもしかしてギガロマニアックスだっていうのか?
Okay.
和樹か?
うん。私がお兄さんに会いたいって聞いちゃったから。だからひなさん、お兄さんの姿を。
Do you have a monkey paw wish ability? Like, for example, Aramura, if you asked me a question, which is... Okay, I'm Aramura, I am Kazuki, as an example. And if I said something like... Do you want a Street Fighter and a Tekken game combined? And then the other person said yes, and then we got Street Fighter cross Tekken. Is that what you do? It's okay. The game got a lot better after the patch, but is that why you don't speak?
ひなさん、優しいから。だから私もお話ししたくて。
I mean, I've been streaming since 4 something in the morning, so unless you don't consider that long, then sure, I guess. I didn't stream for long.
でも私また取り返しのつかないことしちゃったかも。
Your uptime says 13 hours and 54... I have been streaming for 13 hours and 54 minutes. Pay me!
有村の言っていたことは本当だった。
宮代
Okay, just don't get the wrong picture if you see Kazuki crying, okay, Ito?
なんだよ。今考え事してるんだ。話なら後にしてくれ。
ほう。その様子じゃ、やっぱ知らねえみてえだな。
知らないって。何？
いや、いいって。今考え事してんだろ。だったら後にするよ。
Well, I mean, you're already here, so go ahead and tell me.
なんだよ、その言い方。気になるだろ。教えろよ。
教えてください。だろ？
Oh, come on.
わかったよ。悪かったよ。何があったのか教えてください。
なんか気持ちがこもってねえな。
Is this game more intense than Steins Gate? I think the more honest answer would be yes. It's more intense than Steins Gate. But Steins Gate 0, the follow-up to Steins Gate, was really heavy. And this is about the same level of heaviness. Why isn't Ito in jail again? Time reset. We finished the common route, and then we started the game again. We went up to a certain point in the common route, and then we diverged from the true story. Not the true story, the main story. So now this is an alternate path that we could take. And so the main character at this point in the story doesn't know certain things, such as, why is Ito... Well, okay, I won't say much, but you understand what I mean, right?
聞いた？タク、新しい事件が起きたって。
あ、尾上、それ。
新しい事件？もしかしてまた？
殺人事件。
Wow, thanks, Serica.
それ俺が今から言おうとしたやつ。
A murder? A murder, not a murderer. Okay. This game's a little bit weird though. So, it had a harsh release in Japan because it was originally released on the Xbox One or is it 360? One or the other. And if you know, the Xbox as a series doesn't seem to do all that well in Japan. So it didn't sell well at the beginning in Japan. And then it got ported over to, I think, the PS3 and PS4 and maybe the PS Vita. And then it started doing way better in Japan. So now fast forward to where we are right now. Finally, this game got localized for an English-speaking audience. And it's not as popular in the West as it is for, like, Steins Gate, right? And also, it's a sequel to Chaos Head. But it's a game that you can play without understanding the prequel. So this game is not that popular, is really all I'm saying. But despite that, don't think that this game is worse than Steins Gate. Both are amazing. I love Steins Gate, and I love this game.
それで殺されたのは？いいから教えてくれ。殺されたのは誰だ？
確か40代の女の人だって。
Do you know her name? Because I hope to God it's not who I think it is.
ひょっとして有村のお母さんじゃないだろうな。
ひなちゃんのってどうして？
違うよ。それだったらいくら俺だってもっと早くに言ってる。
Okay, thank God. Ah, that's cute. Oh, by the way, keep in mind that the structure of this visual novel is you cannot choose a route until you finish the game once. And the reason why is because the 4 writers for this game are working on different things of the game. So the common route, think of it as all the information that you need to have to go on to other routes. It makes a lot of sense. This noise is hurting my head. It's funny too. You know what? Hang on. Sorry. I need to do this because I'm really interested. The main writer for this story is a person, from as far as I'm aware, this is his first work. So there's 4 writers, but the main writer, right? This is his first work, which I find really impressive, by the way. That writer is Umehara Eiji. So now I'm going to look up Steins Gate, which I'm assuming had multiple writers as well. But if it didn't, I'll be very impressed. Steins Gate. Steins Gate was written by... Oh shit, are you kidding me? Steins Gate was written by Hayashi Naotaka, Chimokura Vio, only for Suzuha's ending. And this person's also uncredited. And the last person is Tanezaki Oka, who was the assistant. So that would essentially mean that the main writer for pretty much 90% of the visual novel was Hayashi Naotaka, who was responsible for Steins Gate 0, unsurprisingly, and Steins Gate. Also responsible for some aspect of Chaos Child. This person, the person who wrote Steins Gate for the most part, did the Hana route, which... Who is Hana? Huh. Now I know. So that person wrote Hana's route. Most of the common route delusion triggers. So not that much, but he got his own route. He also supervised the story. So pretty much what happened here is you have a main writer for Chaos Child, and then you have the main writer for Steins Gate guide this person who wrote this story. So it's very impressive that the person who mostly wrote Chaos Child was able to write this, and that person had the supervision of the Steins Gate writer. So that makes a lot of sense right now. The only science adventure to not have multiple writers is Chaos Head. Chaos Head was only one person? Interesting.
つい数時間前に渋谷界隈で新たな事件があったのは知っているか？三上ひな子という40代の女性が殺された事件だ。
To be fair, Chaos Head felt kind of short. I don't recall it being all that long. Hinako Mikami. I do not recognize that name.
はい。ちょうど今その話をしていたところで。
その事件の容疑者が判明した。
Fucking don't tell me. Who is it?
一体誰なんです？
いいか、よく聞け。10月25日に石田萌を殺害し、続く26日に有村光一郎を殺害。さらに昨夜、三上ひな子を殺害したと思われる一連の事件の容疑者は有村ひなえの母親だ。
Certainly this is a solution to our problems, but it's not a good one. And another phone call.
タクル、どう？
ダメだ、繋がらない。
Why would you tell a high school student this? Because we're extremely related to the situation right now. And there's also a chance that we could be a target. Also, we were originally one of the suspects, and I'm closely related to Aramura. And I'm one of the only people that could talk to Aramura right now. So I need to know this. I don't know how to do this, I'm thinking. Because part of the fun for this visual novel for me is, what if I were the main character? How would I solve this, right? I imagine that's some part of why people enjoy reading mystery novels. Why not, right? Okay, keep moving forward.
くそ、僕のせいだ。僕が有村を疑ってしまったから。
今はそんなこと言ってる場合じゃないでしょ。
そうだよ。早くひなちゃんの居場所を突き止めなきゃ。
そうは言っても電話したって出てくれないし、どこにいるのかもわからないんだ。
でもどうにかするしかないじゃない。何かいい方法を考えましょう。
Kazuki?
Okay, so there's a heavy implication that the reason why Kazuki doesn't speak is because it's tied to her power, which I'm assuming has something to do with making wishes exist.
つながったかも、ひなさんに。
How does she do it, I wonder? I would need to ask her specifically. Maybe it isn't make wishes exist. Maybe it's make images exist.
もしもし。もしもーし。
有村か？僕だ、宮代だ。
先輩。
待て、切るな。切らないで聞いてくれ。疑って悪かった。有村は間違っていなかった。間違っていたのは僕だ。だから謝れ。この通りだ。
先輩。
今すぐ会えないか？会って話したいことがあるんだ。
今は無理です。
She's near a railroad track of some sort.
どうして？
今からお母さんと会う約束をしてるんです。
Sorry, why?
だからその後なら。
ダメだ有村、行くな。その約束は。
タク、ひなちゃんは？
Near a railroad track is all I got. I'm sorry.
切れた。有村のやつ、今から母親に会うって。
おい、それってまずいんじゃねえか。
どこで会うかわからないの？
今の時間でそこまで聞き出せるわけないだろ。
何か手がかりはないの？二人で一緒に行ったところとか思い出の場所とか。
Well, does for some reason her mom live near a railroad track?
バカ言うなよ。母親と会うのにそんなところ。有村の母親？
石田萌殺し以降の事件についてはほぼ間違いないと見ていい。それからその前の焼死体についてもおそらくは。
でも有村のお母さんがどうして。
有村家が家庭として破綻していたのは知っているか？
I mean, I did.
まあなんとなくは。
有村ひなえの父親と母親はそれぞれ別の相手、いわゆる愛人がいて、事実上生活の基盤はほぼそっちにあったらしい。ところが20年近く続いていた有村めぐみと愛人との仲は先月の頭に突如破綻。どうやら当初自分を捨てた愛人へ向けられていた憎悪は次第に自らの家庭と夫に向けられるようになった。そもそも家庭が幸せであれば、夫がしっかりしてさえいれば自分が外で浮気することもなかったと。
そんな。
やがてその考えはエスカレートし、最終的には娘である有村ひなえに向けられるようになったらしい。
どうして
有村ひなえこそが有村家がバラバラになる決定的な要因であり、また有村めぐみが愛人と別れることになった原因でもあったから。
Yeah, because she doesn't take care of her own daughter. Aramura's real father was her mother's lover. Okay, so she was having an affair with Aramura's real father. That's kind of fucked up. Okay, so how's this working here? So for years, they were in a family together, and Aramura was unaware that she did not belong in that family. Neither did the husband know that Aramura was not his child. So that's how it goes. Okay, so they had an affair. Okay, she had an affair. The mother had an affair and had Aramura, and said essentially that is our child, hubby. And that was how the family still stood together. Cool. That's cute. Luckily, the dad was cheating too. Alright, sure. I mean, it works for me. Of course, her dad knew this. Sorry, her... Aramura's dad, not her blood father, knew this? Or, which one? The stepdad or the real dad? Aramura's real father was her mother's lover. Of course, her dad knew this. Her birth had caused a rift in the Aramura family. It essentially ceased to be a family at all. Okay. So, mother has an affair, has a child. Dad, the stepdad actually knows, right? The Aramura dad knows. And somehow they're together as a family. And all of this, she was completely unaware of the entire time. The Aramura, the child, the kid, the one that we're trying to save. So that's the headless body.
さらには自らの不幸の原因となった娘有村ひなえと夫有村光一郎の殺害を目論んだ。第二の被害者である石田萌は有村ひなえと間違われ誤って殺されたと警察では見ている。そして彼女は現在警察の手を逃れ、娘である有村ひなえの殺害を企てていると考えられる。
Okay, so now we need to take a step back and say, is this real or is this fake? And if it's real, is it done intentionally? I think this is real. This is just bias at this point. I can't prove it. It should be real. We haven't seen enough visual evidence to say that it could be fake. So it is real, I think. Is it done intentionally is the question now. He was sure. You know the exact location? Here? I heard her too.
ママ。
決まってるでしょ。あんたのせいだからよ。
こうだ。
ママ。
Ah, this is Aramura's perspective. Okay. Maybe Dad's death had made her rethink things, so I decided to do what she hoped I would. It was the last wish I had left.
来てくれて嬉しいわ。
I don't even see her mouth move.
ずっと会いたかったのよ。
Is that done on purpose? Is that a glitch? Because I'm so used to seeing mouths move now in this game that not seeing a mouth move when someone speaks is actually extremely creepy.
ずっと会いたかったのよ。
Okay, that's what we got.
パパが亡くなって、ママにとって大切なのはあなただけ。
Is that a lie?
これからはママと二人、ずっと一緒よ。
Was that a double lie? I wanted to see you for so long. She meant that too. Truth. You're the only person I care about. Lie. Okay.
さあ、もっとこっちに来て。
From now on, you'll be together with me forever. A lie. This is fun.
その可愛い顔をよく見せて。
What? No, one wasn't true. I wanted to see you for so long. She meant that too. That's truth. Lie, lie. Hey, she got 1 out of 3, okay? Give her that.
ねえ、ママ。どうしてそんな嘘つくの？
嘘じゃないわ。ママは本当にあなたのこと。
嘘よ。私にはわかる。わかるもん。ママが。
ひなちゃんこそ。どうしてそんなこと言うの？ママはこんなにあなたのことを愛しているのに。
それも嘘。
Just not having the mouth move is so creepy.
ママ。
わかったわよ。だったら本当のことを言ってあげる。
ママ。
あんたのせいよ。だいたい最初から慎吾さえいなければパパと結婚しなくてもよかったのに。
If it hadn't been for Shingo in the first place, I never would have married your dad. Which one? My actual dad? I'm confused here. Tell me the truth, Megumi. I'm expecting more from you.
だけどあんたはあの人との子。だから大切にしてあげたのに。それなのに。
Well, technically, you only married one person. So you mean the Aramura dad. If it hadn't been for Shingo in the first place, I never would have married your dad.
あんたみたいな子が生まれたせいで私の人生はめちゃくちゃよ。産まなきゃよかった。慎吾もあんたみたいな気持ちの悪い子もみんな生まれてこなきゃよかったのよ。だから消えてちょうだい。ママの前から、私の前から消えて。
The words I wanted to hear, the words I didn't want to hear. It should have been phrased this way, unless they want that distinction between black and white, I guess. The words I wanted to hear were the words I didn't want to hear. That's how you connect them, but they did this with a period. The words I wanted to hear, the words I didn't want to hear.
ほら、ね。慎吾もそう望んでるわ。
お兄ちゃん。
そうよ。お兄ちゃんがね、毎日痛い死にたくなかったって。
お兄ちゃん。
全部あんたたちのせいよ。したくもない結婚をしたのも、家庭がめちゃくちゃになったのも、私の幸せを奪ったのも、全部あんたたちが生まれたから。あんたみたいな化け物が生まれたから。だからあの人も。私の気持ち分かってくれるでしょ。だったらね。あなたさえいなければ私は幸せになれるの。
What a smile, I guess.
ママ。
バイバイ。ひなちゃん。
Did you run and take that?
有村はこの辺りに。
全部あんたたちのせい。あんたみたいな化け物が生まれたから。
ママ。
あなたさえいなければ私は幸せになれるの。
ママ。
バイバイ。ひなちゃん。
有村！
The fact that her expression never moves is what makes me laugh right now.
先輩、宮代先輩。
有村。
先輩、じっとしててください。今救急車を。
ごめん、有村。
どうして謝るんですか？
あの時信じてやれなくて。
先輩、
もしも許してくれるなら、もう一度。有村。
私こそごめんなさい。あんな風に飛び出していったりして。先輩は最後まで私のことを、それなのに。だからお願い、先輩、死なないで。
有村。有村、僕は。
あれ、私眠って。宮代先輩。
なんだ、起きたのか？
ごめんなさい。先輩を待ってる間にうとうとしちゃってました。
別にそれくらい気にしなくていいって。何？
宮代先輩って優しいですよね。
何言ってんだよ急に。僕は別に。
優しいですよ。だってあの時私を助けに来てくれたんですもん。
それは有村が心配だったから。
You know, it is so exceedingly rare in this game that we actually see Takuru's face.
ねえ、先輩。
Well, maybe not that rare, but we're mainly the main character, right? So.
なんだよ。
痛みます？傷。
まあ時々は。でもこれくらい大したことないし。
ごめんなさい、私のせいで。
だからあれは有村のせいじゃないって何度も言ってるだろ。
やっぱり私のせいです。私の心が弱かったから。だから
有村。
でもね、私気づいたんです。世界は本当か嘘、どちらかで割り切れるものじゃないって。世界には嘘と本当が半分ずつあって、私たちはそれを承知で受け入れていかなきゃいけないんだって。そうじゃなきゃきっと誰も立ち行かなくなってしまうから、もっと早くにそう気づいてれば
私は
でも有村は気づいたんだろ。世界は嘘と本当の半分半分でできてるって。
はい。
だったらもう大丈夫だろ。それさえ分かっていれば前に進んでいけるはずだ。
はい。宮代先輩、一つお願いがあるんですけど。
お願い？なんだよ。
キスしてもらってもいいですか？
Oh, not on stream, guys. I don't want to get banned on Twitch.
嫌ですか？
嫌じゃないけどあ、お前今
Wow, he really is easy to read. Look at his facial expressions, my god.
その言葉が本当ならいいですよね、キス。
だからそれは
いたの？チェ、だったらもう少しの間だけ見ないふりしててくれればよかったのにな。
だから壁を叩くなって壊れるだろ。
もうタクったらこんなところにいた。今日は復興祭、みんなで行く予定でしょ？
なんだ、有村も一緒か。さては二人して乳くり合ってやがったな。
乳くりって伊藤君、もうちょっと言い方に気をつけなさい。先輩。
ん？
行きましょっか、復興祭。
ああ、うん。
その代わり二人で。
え？
だって約束でしょ。ほら行きましょう先輩。
あ、おい、ちょっと。
二人で抜け駆けずるい。
こら、廊下は走っちゃダメよ。
そこかよ。
ありがとう先輩。
Okay, so about 5 hours. Actually, a little bit longer than that. That took pretty long because we read to get up to that point too. Okay, so we still have, I think, 3 more routes and then the true end. So what did we get out of that? Okay, so we got Mio can actually care for other people. Go figure. That's one. We had the topic of lie and truth and how too much truth can be extremely painful, right? And balancing out both aspects in your life is how you can move forward. These are like themes and then like the answers that the author has given. We found an instance in which the main character didn't want the murders to continue, and then they stopped. But other murders came up. But that was because of Aramura's mom. Supposedly, I'm willing to accept yes, right? That was Aramura's mom. And that's not completely not Aramura's fault, right? So there's still the extension of herself. We have the dead brother, which I've explained in a certain way. You could explain it as in like OCD or being under extreme circumstances that produced the dead brother to pop out. You can also say it's related to Hana's special power, which will come into play later. What else? Yeah, I think that's it for now. So now we need to go to another route and see what the author is going to say about other aspects that are not being covered in Chaos Child right now. I was really interested in the idea of having Aramura manifest another extension of herself through the dead brother, right? And that being the killer, because then that would give a parallel with the main character and seeing how you compare that. That was essentially the problem that I didn't know how to solve during this route. But if the real killer was her mom, it's not so much of a problem for me anymore. I mean, technically though, you still have to solve that, because what if they wrote it like that? Oh shit! It's a singer from, I think, Chaos Head. Yo, Find the Blue was one of my favorite openings for a visual novel. For like the longest time. Oh man, that gothic outfit looks so cool. Oh man, that's so cool. So I was thinking why I liked the singer's outfit. And it has to do with the weight of her clothing. I know it's really random, but if you look at her sleeves, at the very end of it where it touches the wrist, right? It looks really heavy. And I thought that looked so cool. And then like the bottom part of her outfit also gives enough like volume and weight. Anyway, it's a really small thing, but it's making me think about how I want to write a character. 21st, 2015, Saturday. Also ominous music. Trustworthiness Investigation Company Frisia. Frisia.
全員揃っているかな?
Okay, so this is the aftermath. I wonder what they're gonna say. Quite a few people here. What the hell is Ito doing here? Okay, this is a lot of people. What is everyone doing here? How far am I in writing? I'm still in the preparatory process. Because I need to... Because my story isn't one story, it's multiple stories that have to connect thematically. I have to have answers ahead of time. Otherwise, I can't connect to them. Afraid to hear something? Okay, I'm curious. What happened? Also, where's the main character and where's Aramura?
有村ひなえと宮代拓が見つかった。
Okay. Between me, Aramura, and her mother on November 4th. Okay, who is me? November 4th. Let's just keep going. After her mom had stabbed me, this is me, the narrator, who is obviously the main character, right? Okay.
Arimura. Arimura. 僕は有村
This doesn't seem to be a scene that I recall. Let's go back. One more time. Don't die. After her mom had stabbed me, I was lying on the ground with my head in her lap. Even now, I still remember her hot tears. My consciousness began to fade. And then in the corner of my eye, I saw her. The mom was back. I thought she'd left, but she hadn't. All sanity was gone from her eyes. I saw a sharp flash, which is the knife. Okay, so she didn't leave, she's back. This is the thing we didn't see. Okay, so how did we get out of this? Besides the police came, I think. Unless all that was fake and this is real now. Or vice versa, I don't even know. This is probably real, and they're just trying to explain what happened.
今喋らないと。
そんなこと聞きたくない。
僕は多分好き。先
輩、
本当。
はい、わかります。本当だって。
I mean, it's a freaking anime. You can survive a plane crash. But we'll see how this goes.
Miyashiro Takuro を刺した後、有村めぐみは血まみれでふらふらと歩いているところを警ら中の警官に確保された。ただ残念ながら彼女は現在でも心神喪失状態で話を聞ける状態ではないようだ。
それで二人は？
有村ひなえがその後宮代拓と共に現場から姿を消していたことは知っているな。どうしたものか、これまで警察がいくら探しても二人を見つけることはできなかった。二人は例の封鎖されている AH 総合病院の地下室に潜り込んでいたらしい。
Okay, that's extremely funky. Go on.
そんなことより二人は無事なんですよね。
それは
二人についてだが、現在有村ひなえは病院に保護されている。発見された当時、彼女の腕の中には宮代拓がいたそうだ。ただ死後2週間以上経過した彼の体はすでにほとんどが腐敗し、一部は白骨化、また遺体の一部は欠損していたらしい。
Okay. This was a far darker ending than I was anticipating.
そして有村ひなえは腐敗した宮代拓の体を大事そうに抱きかかえ、ずっと話しかけていた。
Yeah, that was the funky part. I was saying, who is me? And I was like, the narrator must be alive, because the me referred to the narrator, and yet we see him again. Third person, huh? It's not third person. This is first person, I. It's the person that is a narrator is still alive somehow, even though their body is dead over there. That's the thing. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because, you know how I mentioned that we almost never get to see the main character? How rare that was, and then we saw it from her eyes? Yeah, it's...
先輩、お願いがあるんですけど。 ひなちゃんには見えてるんだよ。本当の世界が。
This is a really, 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 really dark ending for something that wants to talk about truth and lie.
"そんな顔しちゃダメだよ。だってきっとタクも楽しかったから."
Well, given what we know about Serica, and for some reason I'm alive, sort of, not really, my dead body's over there, but I am here as a floating body of consciousness. I'm glad that Serica can still understand me. Hi.
ね、タク。そうだよね。ありがとう、先輩。
Wow. That was... I need a break. That was heavy. Okay, take a step back. So for a person who was already on the edge, she finds out that her mom truly never cared about her, and that she wished she was never born, and that the truth was her brother died because her brother had went into the apartment to save her, the condo, whichever you want to call it. Yeah, that's very fucking heavy. I can understand why that would hurt so much. And that's the truth. The thing that she thought was so valuable this entire time ended up killing her. So was it from that point on? No, I think it was when Takeru died. It was when that happened. When the truth was too strong that he died. Coming from all the other things she found out that was the truth. That was when everything went wrong. And from henceforth, she lived in her own reality, which is a lie. So she went from one end of the spectrum to the other. So what happened there? It was... Hi, I'm Aramura. Lies are wrong. I've lived my entire life surrounded by lies. I like being around you because you're easy to figure out and I don't have to remember about my past, which was surrounded by lies. Lies are wrong. Truth is right. That's what I first think. And as I keep walking forward, I keep finding the truth, which hurts more. And it feels less comfortable than the lie. But again, truths are good and lies are bad, is what I'm thinking in my head. What breaks? Is when she can't distinguish between the value of both. And so she jumps from one harsh end of the spectrum to the other. But Serica defends her at the end and says, no, that world is reality. That world is the truth. So what happens there? Okay, from our perspective, she is most certainly living a world that's not true. That is her reality, but our reality is the one we occupy right here. But the point of that whole route was to give a distinction between truth and lie. And if you can't figure out the value of both and where one can go wrong and where the other can go wrong, that can happen. Okay, make an argument for where Aramura at the end is truly living a world of truth. Question mark. In that world, everyone speaks truthfully. This is getting really depressing. They speak truthfully because that's what she sees in them. And they're not real. That's why they speak truthfully. That's really depressing. Can I try another way, please? Something a little bit happier. Sure, let's try again. At the end, when Aramura is stuck in her own world, that is the true world. Why? Because in that world, everyone speaks truth. Try again. In Aramura's world, it is the true world. Why? Because why do I even need to do this? Because it's so fucking depressing, that's why. Let's try again. What's the argument here? The argument is something about how the truth can be a lie. That's not exactly it. It's something like, the truth tells less of the truth than the lie. That is the argument I'm trying to make. Okay, so what's happening in her world? She's in a world that is a lie. It doesn't actually exist. But in her world, people are speaking the truth, which is how they feel about her. Which isn't a lie, they truly do care about her. This sucks. Man, I was concerned about her this entire time, and that's the ending that she gets? That's so unfortunate. Oh, wow. If I were there with Aramura, I could explain to her so many things. She needed to understand that, but not that way. Okay, anyway, take another step back. Where are we? We're at the end of her route. What did I get out of that? I got that a character wasn't saved. And I got the importance of understanding the value of truth and lie, because putting too much focus on the truth will kill a person. That's exactly what happened there. Which is really important for Chaos Child, because you can't tell reality from fiction anymore. And so focusing one or the other too much will ruin you. Yes, that's happened a lot. A lot in the story. It's also relevant to real life. Because people lie all the time, but you have to understand the intentions behind that lie. And if you can figure that out, you could figure something else about them. And that's the truth. But you have to balance out between truth and lie all the time. So for example, if I was talking to the mother and I was Aramura when I was younger, I would say something like, "Why didn't you save my brother who was caught inside the condo?" And when she says something that we tried to save her, so we tried to save him, I would have to understand at that point that when she lies, there might be something behind that intention. Right? And what was the truth? The truth was we couldn't save him because he wanted to go into that condo to save you, and therefore he died because of it. So that lie was there to save you. But there was something else behind that too. which was I didn't want to save him because I was scared. And that's fine. Oh boy, that's a lot of loss. So the thing is, after that event, the family completely breaks apart. And none of them tried to understand each other. Because Aramura never thought that a lie had any value. And she moved very far away from her mom, who lied to herself and to everyone around her repeatedly. So she was too focused on lies, and Aramura was too focused on truth. If those two met somewhere in the middle, they could have saved each other, but they didn't. And that sucks. A lot. That ending was fucking depressing. And I feel really bad right now. Is this what's gonna happen for every single ending? Until we get to the true end? So every single character represents something else. If they do that, that's a lot of work. I wonder if Hana is gonna be about what's unspoken. I mean, she literally doesn't speak, except for like twice. How is that relevant to Chaos Child, not speaking? Not speaking. There's a subtext within your actions. That subtext is speaking. Okay, that's actually really important in Chaos Child, but how do I explain it? Hi, I'm a character who doesn't speak. Why am I important to Chaos Child? Why is subtext important to Chaos Child? It has to do with action. Action. It's because the main character's actions don't actually say something else. And that's why he's read as this way, and that's why the common route ends that way. He needs to create a subtext, which is, hi, I know you can read me, but my actions are doing one thing, and they're saying this. Even though I don't understand myself that great, you are an extension of myself. If I don't understand myself and you are an extension of myself, how do you understand me? It doesn't work like that. I am trying to figure out myself right now, and so are you, because we're both the same person. So if you understand what I'm trying to figure out about myself through my actions right now, you will understand my end goal, which is this. That's how you convince that person. Okay. So Hana makes sense. If I'm figuring out what she is supposed to be. And Aramura made a lot of sense, but god, that was depressing. So then I have Hana, Uki, and someone else, I think. I think there's a total of 4 unique routes, and then the true end. Hana and Uki, and I don't know who the last person is. Probably Nodo is my guess. Uki, why is Uki relevant? I don't know. They just want to write an entertaining route. They could have done that. Or she's relevant for very important reasons. And why is Nono relevant? Well, she's relevant for the story, obviously. But why is what does Nono say that is relevant to the story? Nono is a person who says, hang on, stop moving forward. If you keep moving forward, you will endanger yourself and others. Stop pursuing this line of truth. Pursuing this line of truth, which you think is justice, will ultimately hurt everyone. Okay. Aramura went too far down the road of truth, and she got killed for it. Not killed, but she might as well be. It might be a happier ending for her. That one was really depressing. But I'm not the one to choose that, alright? She chose it. Okay, I see where Nono can be relevant for this. How is that different at all from what Aramura went through? I don't know. I don't understand why Uki is relevant whatsoever. Why is Uki relevant? Maybe she has no thematic ties to the story. I don't think that's going to be totally true. But if they just wrote her in for entertainment, then sure, I guess. But You have to pick these characters based on what they're telling the viewer. But then again, this is split. This is multiple writers. So then it would be something like, hey guys, we just finished the common route. Throw darts at the board. Cool. I landed on Aramura. Sick, man. I love Aramura. Cool. I landed on Uki. Fuck. I landed on Hana. Fuck. I landed on Nono. Sick. I got Nono, right? And then like, okay, well, you two guys get to write that story. We'll handle our end, right? Like, all right. I mean, it could have been like, fucking darts on a board, guys. Did you really do that? I mean, I would laugh. Okay, so, I mean, you would still be in communication with each other. And if you wrote the common route, you would write down the themes of the common route. And you'd be like, hey guys, take a theme and take a character. Bam, 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 bam. I got Truth and Aramura. I got Subtext for some reason and Hana. I got Sus and Uki. Well, fuck, this combination sucks. What did I write about Sus, right? I don't know. I'm really curious about that now. As I see the story develop further, I'll figure out their intentions, but this entire freaking visual novel has been very self-aware of itself and knows exactly what it's trying to do. So I would be very surprised if I read the remaining routes and was like, oh, this has no connection whatsoever to the themes of Chaos Child. I'm like, what the fuck? How would you do that? Actually, Hinae, Nono, and Uki have the same writer. Hana is different. Hana is probably written by the Steins Gate writer, if I recall correctly. So that means Hinae, Nono, and Uki have the same writer. Is that true? I would have noticed that. Let me double check. I know for sure that the girl with blue hair was written by the Steins Gate writer. So let me go back to Chaos Child. Chaos Child. Where did I put it? Okay, the main writer is Umahara Eiji. Common Route, chapters 1 to 2, chapter 9, second half, chapters 10 to 11, and the True Route. Tanazaki Oka was Uki in the Nono route. Takimoto Masashi was the Common Route Chapter 8, Chapter 9 half, and Nono route. Hayashi Naotaka is the Hana route, most of the Common Route and Delusion triggers. Yeah, so it's split between multiple writers. Okay, so hang on. I just read which route? I just read Aramura's route. What is Aramura's first name again? Hinae. I don't see her route written anywhere here. Unless that's true route, but I don't think that's the case. Hana. Nono. Uki. Nono route help. I'm going to assume Umahara wrote the Aramura route then, I guess. Question mark. I have no fucking clue. Nope. It says right here, Yasumoto Toru wrote the Hinae route. There it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 writers. My mistake. It's because I didn't see at the bottom there that was not a writer. One, two, three, four, 5 writers. Common route chapters 3 to 7. Hinae route, Nono route, Uki route. The fuck? Hinae route, Nono route, Uki route. But then Tanazaki Oka wrote the Uki route, and did Nono route help? Oh, so you're saying that they shared writing the route. Hang on. Nono route. Nono route help. Nono route. 3 people wrote the Nono route. Umahara Eiji. Take a step back. Toru wrote the Uki route. He also wrote the Hinaya route. Did anyone else write the Hinaya route? No. So Toru was the sole writer for the Hinaya route. Nono route was shared Uki route. Who wrote Uki? Tanazaki Oka and Yasumoto Toru. Anyone else? No. Hana. Who is Hana? Kazuki Hana. Hana was written only by Hayashi Nataka, the Steins Gate writer. Okay, so what is it then? It's Hana, written by the Steins Gate writer. Aramura's route, written only by one person, Yasumoto Toru. Nono's route was shared by 3 people. Is that true? Takimoto, yes. Tanazaki, yes. Well, he helped, is what it said. And Yasumoto, yes. Nono is 3 people. Uki. Who wrote Uki? Uki was Tanazaki and Yasumoto. Okay, so Nono, everyone helped in. I wonder why. Did it require a lot of work? Or is it just that everyone loves Nono? And Uki required 2 people. Only 1 person worked with Aramura? That's really impressive. Yasumoto Toru. This asshole wrote the most depressing ending. Thank you, buddy. I actually would buy you a drink because that was really well done. But that was depressing. Detailed plot. Wow, they put a lot of work into this. A lot of them had to help each other to figure things out. My guess, I want to say that it was divvied up this way. This is me guessing, right? I think it was divvied up where certain people would be the main writer for a particular route, and then they had a lot of help. Because how would you have 3 writers writing for Nono? That sounds so exhausting. And then you have to balance everything. I mean, they could have done that. Let me look at this again. Nono. Okay, Takimoto Masashi did the detailed plot of the Nono route and scenario supervision. Yasumoto Toru did a detailed plot of the Nono route. Detailed plot? They both did detailed plot. Yeah, it was a huge mix of the work they put together. That's interesting. That's something I would really want to know from them. Like, if I ever got to sit down with them, I would ask them, so out of curiosity, which route did you guys write? And who was the main writer for those routes? And they'd be like, this guy, this guy, this guy. We actually shared in every single route. There was no main writer. If they did that, I'd be very impressed, because how the hell do you do that? And keep things consistent. You have to have really good communication and understanding of the themes to do that. Wow. Okay, well, group work of writers that pulled off so far a good story. So, I don't know which is the next route I'm going for. Legitimately, I don't know. I'm going down a list here, and I don't know where I'm going. Might as well set up for it, I guess. Hang on. I have a really big feeling that the next route I'm going to do is probably going to be the blue hair girls route, just based on what I'm reading here. Okay, so I'm just setting this up for next stream so we can just immediately go into things. Ugh. Man. Was I the only one who felt really bad about Aramura? Please don't tell me I was the only one. That was really sad. I hope she gets saved in the true end, because she doesn't deserve that. Okay, what am I looking for? I am looking for... Okay, if I understand correctly, I am looking for Hana right now. So anyway, you can leave now if you'd like. I'm not going to be continuing the next route. I'm just setting up for it. I'm thinking about what to get. Get some food probably? It's not a bad idea. I personally want a sandwich.
Miyashiro, mata.
I mean, you don't have to leave. I'm just saying, if you need to leave, go for it. Ham sandwich? Probably not. That online game addict had the best computer skills of anyone in the club. Positive.
Kazuki, 手伝わなくていい。
Okay, so the next situation is in 3-1 and 3-2. And 3-4 and 3-4. Okay, so all the next decisions happen in the 3 section. I'm fucking hungry. Man, you know what I'm gonna do? That's a really awkward place to save in, but I will. I'm gonna save here. And I'm gonna go get some food. I'll do this another time. You guys will have to hold all that setup for the next route. Okay, anyway, if you enjoyed the stream, and I really hope you did, please follow us here at twitch.tv/FinestKO. But there's something else that's kind of going on in the background of things right now, which makes me really want to say this. Please follow us on our Discord. And if you've been paying attention to what's been happening with Twitch lately, there's a very good reason why you should join our Discord. And that's as we don't know how much longer we have left on Twitch, which is kind of disturbing, actually. If you could join our Discord, I will be able to do a few things. First, at the current moment, Twitch has a lot of glitches. One of which is that if you follow us on our channel, there is a chance that you will unfollow our channel, whether you want to or not. And so to know when we stream, please join our Discord because I'll tell you when we stream by making announcements and telling you our schedule, which I'm very lazy about, but at least I'll let you know when we stream. And the super absolute Armageddon worst case scenario is Twitch explodes and then there is no more Twitch. So if you join our Discord, you can still be part of our community and hang with us that way, which is why I'm recommending joining our Discord. 1, it tells you when we stream in case bad things happen. 2, if all the bad things happen, you still have us at least, right? Okay. Anyway, that's it. You don't have to join our Twitter. You don't have to follow our Facebook. You don't have to even freaking follow me on Twitter. I don't care about that. All I care about is if we can hang together in the future. So join our Discord. Anyway, I will see you guys later. I'm going to get some food because I'm freaking starving. And Burzel, if you need to talk to me, message me on Twitter, and I will talk to you when I can. I'm not sure how soon that will be, but I'm going to go grab food and drive back home and eat. So that's really about it. Yeah, so if you need to talk to me, just let me know, man. But if it's just for like something really small and you don't really need to talk to me, then that's fine too. I'll see you guys later. I'm also support a friend. Let's see if I can send things this way. The hell? Lord Knight still goes to college? I never knew that. Okay.